Here we are. Back again at Brooklyn Marina. We are picking up our boat in about half an hour. For now, well, we'll be here for a little while and we'll walk and talk because it takes a little bit to walk down there. But it's a very hot day. But it's a beautiful day. And we'll make sure we've got lots of water and drink for when we go out. Thanks for joining me. And so what we're going to do, or what we're going to talk about today, well, these incredible last 3 Beatitudes. But also, you see me there? And by the way, I don't, I've only done one, well, what's required to get the boat license. So there'll be some experimental umming and ahhing as I use this thing. We might as well just start and go walking rather than hanging out here. Get walking, get talking, get moving. But it's hot, so we'll have lots of breaks today. But how incredible. That first Beatitude. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called sons of God. As we've talked about the last few weeks, we've been going through them. Of course, the Beatitudes themselves are earth-shattering, completely inverting the fallen world in that moment, and the mistake of Adam and Eve, inverting it in that moment. No longer in this degenerating loop of wounded soul and feedback loop of pleasure-seeking body. There's a solution. Because before that, all one could do was escape. And that's what the pagan religions were about, in a sense. It was sort of like, how can we arrange the demonology to make things a bit more pleasant? Or how can we as Buddhists escape it? The only option was escape. To escape both passive and active. The mode of exploited or exploiter, essentially, was simply to escape and obliterate the self. And there was no, and that's understandable because there was no option then, because it was all waiting for that preparation. It was all waiting for that incarnation. And so, all working here, yes it is. And so we, how incredible that this vertical heredity can be established. How incredible to truly, through initiation, through theosis, begin to recognize in a fundamental way, not conceptually, in a transformed way, that you are becoming my God, my God. The opposite of having forsaken me, my God, adopting me as your son, my God. And why is it so significant to be a son of God or a daughter of God? Because it is fundamentally, and it's supposed to be, you're made a son. Oh yeah, there's a reason St. Seraphim of Sarov talked about the acquisition of the Holy Spirit. Of course he was baptized, of course people are baptized. But it's a reunion as a fact of experience through the transformation of the unconscious. By him washing your feet. And of course there are many elements of, and the symbolism of theosis helps understand a little what has to go on. But of course the saints have been talking about this since the beginning. Particularly St. Maximus the Confessor. All of them, really, but not all of them, but certainly all that are listed in the Philokalia. And so, becoming a son of God is more than learning a literal interpretation. That's understanding the Bible, as St. Maximus says, as a J by the letter. If you're a literalist in any way, yes, there are literal meanings, but if that's all, and as St. Maximus clearly says, just an incredible person. Had his tongue cut out and his hand mashed by the emperor, and 10 years after he died, they ended up accepting his word as the actual doctrine. Incredible. But just incredible how the utter and completely understood Platonism and all that, but just incredible exact virtue, how to participate in virtue, how to participate in God, how it, like, sort of metaphysics of, well, it's theology. But he knew it himself, that's why. Was also a monastic. He knew it, and you can tell there's a difference between, he even talks about this, speaking empty of that, but in the letter of. Like it's saying, it's really kind of taking the Lord's name in vain in a sense. It's or taking credit for it, to not go through to talk about the gospel and not actually have him transform you. But fundamentally, it's a transformation of the unconscious. Incredible. So you become, as you become more a son of God, so too do you experience him. More. Well, let's say you're adopted before then. You are adopted before then. But here's why, though. It's about knowing him. Because the degree to which you are a son of God is that you're not a son of destiny. We've lived our whole lives provoked by astrological influences, heredity influences, character influences, parents. He is to become your parent, but what does that truly mean? Is that, thank God, is that after you become a son of God, your life is going to not look at all like it could ever have been predicted it would beforehand. What does that mean? It means destiny is a push of provoking from the past into the future. Everything that has already happened, all memory, all the sort of degenerate pagan spirit, the memory of that, the fallen, there is a spirit, a false Holy Spirit. There is a memory, there's a mixed up waters below the firmament that has power, yes. It is a kind of spirit. That's where the archetypes are, the forms, you could call it the sphere of forms. These things push their own agenda. We're made up of that spirit of the times, you could call it. But still, it has a deeper element, which you could call what has been. But even that, it's still part of this recurrence, this time loop, this serpent, and you're part of that. We're part of that, unless we become a son of God. Then, from the place of absolute rest and end, which doesn't move, from the Omega, the Alpha and the Omega, remember? From Providence, the true potentiality and future, does your future life then come about. And that's free spirit, in the sense that it's unnecessitated. It's, what else? What does that mean? This is all technical terms, Scott. We're talking about the miracle. Because God, there's no necessity with him. He can do anything. And so, I mean, obviously the miracle takes into account what was, but they're new ingressions from the eternal that is he. And only he knows the full plan. But it is incredible that your life will be irrevocably transformed. Isn't it incredible to know that? Because without this, we are determined. We're predetermined, even though there's not really an intellect that can really predetermine it because it's chaotic. But it's true. Sam Harris's deterministic subject, it's true. Unless this supernatural, unless this God, and it's true, he exists, he is. You can discover him if you put the time in. And be guided by, what does that also mean? It means surrendering the intellect so you're guided by this intuition. For most people, they are guided by it, right? Let's say less theological Christians, let's just say, that are really raw, like say some of the saints, right? They're just guided by it without thinking too much about it. But if you examine what they were saying, they would tell you the kind of things I'm saying. I mean saints that aren't theologians. Like, I'm not talking about Gregory Palamas here, St. Gregory. I'm talking about some saints that are just rawly in union with God. It's not required that they systematize in any way. I think I don't want to call it primitive because it's not primitive, it's still in union for these people who are holy and become virtuous. But even, I just mean, not even saints, I just mean people that are more, are guided by providence. They're just not really, they're not becoming conscious of it, is a better way of putting it, I think. But we are called to be conscious of what's happening, especially now, to discover God, commune with him, and be able to follow divine will, especially now. And so that's what we're talking about. There's this other guide that we can consult that's connected to our conscience, because conscience didn't exist in pagan times. There was no such thing. There was a more primitive, before we were so conscious as we are now, there was a more primitive, like a divine, like an instinct just pushed by angels and demons, right? Because they weren't conscious. Then they became conscious and we became conscious. And so sometimes people tune into that, depending on how, if they followed the Lord's commandments and habituated into their behavior. Now, through concentration without effort in prayer, through prayer, And what did Father Lazarus, who took up his position in St. Anthony's cave and is there right now, I think, still alive, said that an hour of prayer is worth months of ascetic practice, hour of true prayer. So it's just so important to put that time in. And so blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. Let's see where we are here. And so, let's understand that providence. Of course you become his son because your behavior begins to be directed by the guidance from the eternal. And as St. Maximus says, the spiritual being that you intellect, that the intelligence, or the consciousness, let's say in a more modern term, apprehends, God transforms you into that. Like what you see, you become. What this memory you have of me talking right now, in a sense, you're eating it through the senses and you become it. And just as it is with the surface world, so too is it times a million with content, or let's say, content's not such a good word, but content or apprehending what transcends the senses. Through his washing your feet and him allowing you to see him transforms your being. And so what's that? Well, it's interaction with a being that's from the future, that is the future, the divine being. The divine being. And so you are, like I said, as you transform and become towards him, it also begins to govern your actions. And so not only is it transforming your being directly, but so too is it directing your action in the world. And so naturally, more and more over time, the more you're doing the concentration without effort in prayer, till you begin to be able to be guided by providence. After long purification though, can't just go, oh, I've worked it out. I've checked the lecture on discernment. No, as St. Maximus says, discernment, the devil can fool you. The devil can masquerade so it seems like it is that, what I'm describing in the discernment thing, in the lectures. So you've got to also become humble. Pray for humility, but also be humiliated by, or granted the virtue of humility by God himself. And I've recently gone through a similar thing where you have to learn what the virtues are, and St. Maximus is incredible on this. Understanding the 7 spirits the Lord sends you. 1, the spirit of counsel. 2, the spirit of insight. 3, the spirit of resisting evil. 4, the spirit of impulsion towards the good. 5, the spirit of spiritual knowledge. I think that might be 6. And there's one more that I can't think of right now. But the point is to know, or else you become conceited. And I was. And I probably still am. Right? Because you have to have this happen. And how does the Lord show you? By withdrawing the graces he's already given you. And you go, oh my God. All these temptations are coming back. Yes, And St. Maximus talks about this so you can know, because it's so easy to become conceited. Like, you have to walk around saying, I am nothing. Every time the devil tries to tempt you to think you progress, that I'm nothing but a useless servant. That's right. Good. I'm the lowest in the world. Why? Because we want to become that. Because we're bowing the ego to God so he can be with us. I'm the lowest in the world, right? Because you go, well, why do I say that? Is that just practical? I'm the lowest in the world? No, because if your objective is to be in union with him, he's providing all these virtues. You're trying to reach. It's not I who lives, but Christ who lives and acts in me. This is the most divine thing you could do. It's the meaning of life, to come into union with him. It's the whole purpose you're here. If you don't do it, man, not good. Not good. We're already in hell, but you don't want to be, Look, some people like Tomberg will say that, well, look, you get another go, in the sense of, like, some esotericists believe reincarnation's part of it. If you fail, you have to just keep coming back. It's almost like a purgatory until you rejoin God. I'm not making any claim. I'm just saying. But you should believe starkly that this is it. You don't want to die and then be saying that Christ says, you go, Lord, 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 I'm dying. And then he says, I didn't know you. I didn't know you. You walked around talking in my name, especially if you went and chose an arbitrary goal. You chose this arbitrary goal of apologetics and you're attacking people online. Man, I'm constantly tempted to do this, right? To participate in these debates, to make smarmy tweets, whatever. And I'm just led away. Don't even participate at all. Theos, just find me, find the living waters. Find the peace of the heart before you do anything. That's easier said than done, right? Because you have to do the practice for a long time. But yeah, we cannot be conceited and think, even if we feel some of the phenomena, we have to wait until we can be more certain. You think that if monastics were fooled that you're going to get away with it? No, we have to be careful. And so you can become a son of God by becoming a peacemaker. Not a war maker, a peacemaker. But this peace is a special, and I know the peace that he's talking about. I know it intimately. Divine beatitude, divine peace. It is a releasing from sin. It is a releasing from memory, being plagued by. It's not a piece of psychology. It's a divine repose of hope and faith and a vista of freedom. And I can't even, these are words, right? When you experience it, you'll recognize what I'm saying. Oh, everything else is just psychological peace or whatever the yogis call bliss. That's still a like joie de vivre. That's a bliss of the yogis is a joie de vivre when you go back to the prenatal state. This is above that, beatitude. It's also an interaction with the divine being, and it is simply recognized by that. It's clear that it is. This beatitude. But what has to happen? What has to happen? Wow, you will begin to experience some of these things. Like I said, that Father Lazarus said, that 1 hour of pure prayer, it's through the concentration without effort, the Lord washes your feet and you become, through that. Because say you were to enter a monastery and become an ascetic, you can sort of, like I said, you didn't do this by cutting off, in a sense, withdrawing from the things of the provokings of modernity, especially in the West. You can do this yourself. Become a bit isolated is a good thing. And even, you don't have to become a monastic, but you are, in a sense, becoming a monastic. But the Lord understands where you are. It's your effort that matters in all the three categories of poverty, obedience, chastity, right? You can work on the virtues very slowly, but also if you're putting the time of that hour of prayer in a day and concentration and learning, He'll slowly progress you. Like I've said so many times before, that you're not going to fail if you're putting that time in, because He's going to imbue in you, and you'll be praying for love and faith and hope. He'll imbue in you a impulse to do it, the virtue, or even grant you the virtue as a grace. But what might happen, like I said, which has happened to me, because sometimes in your unconscious you can just not get it. You can understand as a concept, I must be humble, I must be humble. You can repeat it and say it again and again. I must be humble, or I'm nothing, whatever. You still need to kind of get it at this deeper level. And so the Lord, and St. Maximus says this happens, and so does St. Gregory of Palamas, and these people, I just can't, I cannot express. And I've read the philosophers, Heidegger, Plato, Aristotle, these people are firstly incredibly holy, filled with divine wisdom. And so you get an impulsion from them naturally by participating in reading their texts. You are granted divine touch of it, like you also get with the Gospels, right? Or more so, of course, with the Bible, but an impulse. And so they are just incredible. Incredible people is what I'm saying. When you read and understand them, especially if you're participating in the process. Hey, how you going? Is that boat back by any chance?
Yeah. If you want to head in, you can do all the paperwork stuff.
Yeah.
And then we'll get you out on your boat.
Great. Thanks. How you going? Yeah, good. Yeah.
Scott?
Yeah, that's me.
I'm just going to fill this out with
No worries.
agreement.
All right.
So just fill out those fields across there, press next when you're done.
Sounds good.
There's a section there for your boat license.
Don't have a. I'll just give you the ID.
Do you want me to do the payment for you?
Yeah, you do it, yeah.
I got it.
I don't have Rego. Is the driver's license for the boat license? Is that what that's? I don't have one. Yeah, I don't have one. So I can give you an ID, like a photo ID number from the government. It's also got car rego. I don't have a car, so I'll just put it in here.
Not have a car license, or
Yeah, I don't have one.
just if you don't have it, just leave it blank.
Oh, okay. It's got-
Like if
I don't have it, so
you don't have a driver's license, just leave it blank. Yeah.
very cool. Yep. Yep.
Are you doing a YouTube video on?
Yeah, just on the beautiful Hawkesbury River, eh?
Oh, what's the channel called?
It's like Christian content. So if you're not into that, you wouldn't.
I am.
Oh, you are?
I'm a youth leader.
Oh, okay, great, man. Yeah, it's like
North Farnborough Youth.
yeah, it's It's on theosis, so it's like orthodox, but at the same time, like it's you know, esoteric as well. But it's just on the process of theosis, purification, elimination, union. That's basically what all the content's about. It's just Scott Mannion's. It's under my name. But we just talk about that.
I had a youth leader meeting last night at 11 o'clock, and so do you know the youth camp Drastic? Yeah, I do that.
I don't, but you can tell me about it.
It's a 5-day youth camp in it's 2 hours off Sydney. It's one of the biggest youth camps ever. Like, I'll search it up. It's at Stanwell Tops.
Yeah, there's definitely some incredible places in Australia that you see them occasionally on the map. These sort of camps, like Christian camps, which is good. But it's good to see, man, because so much of this, especially in the West, it's degenerate, right? It's totally terrible, and we have to like isolate ourselves from the brunt of how disgusting and despicable it is, right? That being said, we have to go out and help them. You know, we have to.
This is like a couple of the photos from it. So
it's like he sort of feels. What is it? Evangelical.
Yeah. That's just made chilling there. So it's, I think, 600 kids.
Yeah. Wow.
So it's huge. But like, when I say that, like, they have like no boys girls, same cabin restrictions. But
that's good.
If you're like, you're allowed to, like, one of my mates, Keisha, like, we literally, when we're there, we don't really separate too much because we only see each other that time.
Yeah.
Like, she got too old for it because she just finished year 12.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to be able to see her anymore, sadly. So that's, I go to that camp every year. I took...
Oh, you just see her at the camp, would you?
Yeah, because she lives up that way. I don't.
Yeah,
Because it's, Stanwell Tops is like 2 hours off.
Yeah.
So, I was messaging her the other day, and I was just like, "Oh, are you gonna go?" And she was saying, "I can't. I'm too old for it." And as soon as she said that, before she even thought, like, do you know how when you're messaging the text bubbles come up? Before she even said that, I literally said, "Become a leader, so you can come back next year." And she just responded with just like, "That's actually a good idea. Why don't I try it?" So she's trying to get a leadering position at her youth, so she can go Drastic.
Yeah.
Because it's so, like, it's probably one of the best camps I've gone to. Like, because the way they've done it, it's so well organised.
Yeah.
It's like morning session, and like, I think an hour or 2 hours of worship, then sermon, and small groups, which, like, there's only 6 of you guys, and you like go into pretty deep detail.
Yeah.
There's one coming up called Uprising. It's soon. Also, one second. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's on the 22nd to 25th of April, years 7 to 12, but they're open to taking new leaders all the time.
Yeah.
It's like last year at Justice, I literally don't cry at all. I was crying for half an hour.
Yeah.
Down there is insanely good.
You should, well, I mean, it's up to you, but it's worth, checking out the liturgy as well, like the ancient ritual.
Alright.
To see what you experience in it. Like, there's a Russian Orthodox cathedral in Strathfield,
Alright.
and they've got an incredible liturgy there. But anyway, it is worth having a look because you get a sense of the difference between the more technological, modern Christianity and then the ancient which is like close to the apostles.
Yeah, I'll see if I'll take some of my mates up to it because some of my mates from school they want to do something but they can't, so I'll take my mates up to it.
Yeah, it's definitely it's worth checking out. But yeah, that's it's important, man. Pardon?
Just you on the boat, or
It's just me,
just
yeah.
you get
Yeah.
a life jacket then?
Yeah, please. Yeah, that'd be good.
Oh,
Nice looking, mate.
beware when you go to open the life jacket box. I put an ice cube on it, it was sizzling. I literally put an ice cube on it, the ice cracked and exploded inside, sizzling.
You should keep developing that relationship, man, because like if you get stuck with a chick that's like not of your belief system,
Yeah.
it's bad.
That's why.
And you have to like try convert them over years.
Yeah,
so
one of
it's
my
like,
mates, one of my mates, Caitlin, I go to youth with her. Like we've gotten like pretty damn well. We've gotten pretty close,
yeah.
and we were just chatting, like, cause she's 1 year younger, and
There we go.
she literally just said to me, just finish this under. Wait, Liam, are you signed in on this one?
No, it's an arena.
What's an arena pin? Or just be your own pin?
No, it's just
I actually don't know the one. Oh,
that's simple, buddy.
I don't know.
Use mine.
So, just for the hire or anything else?
Yep. I might just grab a, just in case I got stuck out there or something. I'll just grab a little bottle of water as well. Do you have any ice here, by any chance?
Yeah, we've got big bags out the back,
Oh, okay.
but I can you can just grab some of the small shards if you want. Just
That'd be sick. I just want to
Like-
fill up my urn with it. Yeah.
fill up your own water.
With ice. I'll buy the water, but I just wanted to put them.
I'll take the water for you.
Yeah, great.
Don't bother. I'll grab you a couple of ice shards.
No, thanks.
What camera are you using for the?
It's like
It's the 360.
it's a, you know, I don't know if you've heard of it. It's a Pocket 3. A lot of people use it now.
Oh, yeah. I've got my own YouTube channel.
Yeah, nice.
Of my own, just trying to. I got it for sport.
Yeah.
And one thing I've always found crazy is that I have a cross necklace that I wear,
Yeah.
and any time I play with it, I fucking play 80 times better. So if I don't have it on, I play so bad that game.
Yeah.
Like every single time it's happened, every time I've had it, I just don't play well. I'll give you a free top on that. I'll grab you some ice as well.
Yeah, just the ice would be. Thanks, man.
I'll just. Yeah.
Oh, the payment. Yeah.
So it's just $250 with a $100 security bond. So it's $350 for the hire. But that $100 will come back, so it'll be
No worries.
yeah. Yeah, so it's $350. I'll just grab you the ice. Oh, you'll need a pin.
Do I have to be? Like,
So,
obviously, I'm going to try to get back on time. But if I'm like 5 minutes over, is that like all good?
that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Like if you're, let's say you're going down to.
Shit.
Let's say you're going like to refuge or something,
Yeah.
and it's 20 past 4 and you're on your way back, and
I have to. Let me get my computer out. I have to do another pin
if
for
like
this card.
you're on your way back and you're late,
Yeah.
that's fine. Like we know you're on your way back,
Yeah.
so don't stress it.
Okay. Just got to put a new pin on my card. Alright. Which one is it? It's this one here. Cards. That one. That one. That one. Okay. Oh shit.
like for you, so don't panic and rush. I'm still having my lunch break.
Be with you in a second, everyone. Just got to sort this out. Shit. To get my SIM card out. Just give me a minute. Yeah. There it is. There's pin. Gone. Alright. Yeah, good.
One receipts or
Yeah, I've got a receipt.
email, text messages, want me to print one?
Just you can send it to the email if you got the email there. I'm pretty sure you do. Whoops.
No. We don't.
Oh,
We
you
have
don't.
to
Just
rectify
print it out. That's fine.
I'll just print it?
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right.
Hello, Wall Street. Like Charlie's speaking. Pardon?
Okay. Thanks. Oh, you didn't do it.
Oh, I can grab it. I was just going to
That's
go.
right. Okay,
I
thanks.
can grab it for you.
Thanks for that.
Okay.
All right. Perfect.
No, it's the first aid kit.
Oh, nice one.
So any issues, call that number on there, mobile number, will come and help you.
Perfect.
So,
Thanks, man.
Do you know?
Oh, that's
I like a
good.
bit of. Yeah.
Thanks.
She's full of ice.
Oh, yeah, I guess I'll just put some water in. So, too much crap in my hands. Okay. Oh, fuck.
Also, the phone man before I answered got phone that for a second, like, oh, and then they hung up.
In a foreign language as well. It's like some Chinese lady, I think.
I just pick up the phone,
Yeah.
it's screamed for a second, and just hang up, and they just hang up.
Maybe I'll use that, actually. Right. The life jacket, what are we, it's on there?
That's down there.
Do you have a bin back there, by any chance?
Yeah.
It's out here?
The recycling one out there.
Oh, I like it.
Nice. Let's do it.
So life jacket is down there. I'll grab it for you because it's like 80 degrees on there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll get back to everything in a moment, everyone who's watching. Once we get underway. We stopped when we were talking about Palamas. Just how incredible the saints are. To be without that tradition. Not good.
It's got two, so
Okay.
there's two sizes.
Nice.
40 to 50 and 70 plus, 60, 70 plus.
Great.
Sometimes one fits, then you'll go whack it on, then it doesn't, then you'll find a small size will fit the second time instead of the big one.
Yeah.
So you just head to there.
Thanks, man.
And you're just
Which one?
one with the blue
Oh, yeah.
canopy on it.
See.
Just gives you a quick safety on the bottom. So do you walk from the station?
Yeah, I did, yeah. Takes a while.
Luckily, so just step on you. Just step onto there, or if you want to
Yeah.
step onto there and down to there.
Just want to chuck that on board. Yeah, I'll chuck that on once I get my bag on and stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Nice. I'll put this. Let's go here somewhere.
You find if it gets a bit. Oh, this boat already has one. Find if it gets a bit spray, just under the L keep a drawer.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
So is that like a mix of a tripod camera?
Yeah, it's like a mount. It's a live stream, so it's on now. So say hi.
Oh. Hi guys. I'm flicking fish. Flick _ fish. Yeah. Also do a bit of Christian content, but not as much. Not really that popular at the moment, so it might not come off. But if it does, feel free to sub. I don't care. So
No worries,
man. Anchor has been wrapped around there, so when you want to drop it, don't go. You don't have to go through the metal, the things there. So.
Yep.
They're not really straight, so it won't do anything. So just throw it over the front. The out meter will change 15, 20, 25, 30 metres alright. There's not overly too much. So you know what's at the bottom when it goes slack. When that's the case, let out 2 arm spans, tie onto this cleat here. If it doesn't reach all the way, on top, unwrap it from the cleat. Moving back, underneath these hatches, emergency life jacket. You don't need it because you've already got your life jacket on.
Yeah.
This door here doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So on the dash over here, these buttons, we don't monitor them. We also don't monitor this we don't monitor the radio.
Yeah.
These buttons, just don't bother pressing them. They just there for aesthetic looks. That one's not. That might be the bigger one. But yeah.
See if the smaller one works.
Sometimes one fits, some doesn't. How much was the camera setup?
It's pretty cheap. It used to be cheaper. It's like a lot of streamers use it. It's the it's about for the like wide angle lens on it. It's like $1,000.
Oh,
Yeah. This one might not fit. Oh,
just recording an iPhone basically.
yeah. Look, it's not. I think you should until you get used to doing it. There's no point making some big investment.
Yeah, because like.
Oh, you just want to do the cheapest option as possible.
Would it work if I just showed my phone to the camera?
What do you mean?
Like showed the channel?
Oh, the channel. Yeah, you can if you want. I'm sure some people might.
I don't know
a
if
few
you guys
people
can
watch.
see that, but it's split and apostrophe fish. And also my mate KH_fishing_1, all caps. He is a legend. I am actually converting him to a Christian at the moment.
Base.
So he used to be doing some bad stuff, simply like.
Yeah.
And then I literally just went to him and said, mate, pull your head in.
Yeah.
Stop doing this stuff. And he just went, oh, well, and I just said, I still want to keep fishing with you in 20 years. I don't feel like fishing solo. And he just went, oh yeah. Hold on. And I was like, wait, this Friday, you come to my youth, I don't care.
Yeah.
So I literally went to his house, picked him up, took him to my youth group. So I'm still trying to convert him. He just needs a bit more help, but
Well, remember, it's in the end, it's Christ that kind of does the actual interior thing. You can't. It's by example that
Yeah. That's why.
the Spirit kind of converts people, right? So
Yeah. So this is your throttle stick.
Yep.
So red levers for forward. So red levers your clutch to get out of neutral and out of neutral. So forward, reverse. That's your choke. And simple, just it's got a V4 in it, I think.
Yep.
So that's all fine.
What would I use the choke for?
Cold starts. So, but all
Okay.
that does is just
Oh, I see. Nice one.
revs it.
Okay.
Underneath here, yellow emergency box. Got first aid kit in there.
Yeah.
If you do use it, please do tell us so we can restock it for you.
Sure.
That QR code, the contract power ride is 60 horsepower. That QR code, I'll take that.
I'll let you take that back. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That QR code just gives you a digital map of the river, so you can see where you're going.
Yeah.
Just careful not to rest your thumb like this when you're going,
Yeah.
because that just brings the motor up and down.
Yeah.
So that black button, that's what that does. You'll find if that's falling off, it won't start. That's the emergency kill switch.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So what should happen? I don't know if this works in this boat. If it comes off, it should stop. Should.
Yep.
So that's connected.
Oh, I just won't rely on it.
Yeah.
Just leave it because
It's being
if it's
cut
not
from the key.
Oh, it's been cut off, is it?
From the key, yeah, it should be attached to the key, but
It's all good.
that's what it is, doesn't matter. How much fuel is that? Yeah, so full fuel, ignore that top one, that's just for how you're sitting on the water.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll find if the boat's not riding nice, put a bit of trim on,
Yeah.
that just raises the motor up, so the bow sits higher out of the
Yeah.
water.
So I can glide across the top.
Yeah, then you'll glide a lot nicer.
Yeah. So raising it, it's raising it, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
So
And that's up,
hard
yeah,
to
it's
see
up.
it.
Yeah,
Top's
yeah,
up, bottom's down,
Nice.
just like the way it should move.
Yeah.
Any questions on that?
Maybe just on the like what tide are we at for the next
Incoming.
Incoming, good.
You coming for the whole?
Sweet. That's all I
Whole
really wanted to know.
Yeah.
And is there a stick for? Are there any of those mounts here for to be able to?
Camera mount,
No, like
rod holder.
no, you know when you want to moorings.
Oh,
like,
moorings.
like, is there a stick? What's it
mooring
called?
pole.
Yeah,
I
is there
can
one?
grab you one.
I just thought that if there was any, and I wanted to stop the boat. Are there any around though to do that? If it's not like Sydney Harbour where they've got them.
Oh, there's so many moorings.
Oh, there are a lot then
Yeah, but-
around that I can just pull up and then do it.
Yeah. Or do you want to? I'll grab your mooring. Pole
Yeah, that'd be
before you
good.
Go.
Yeah.
But you can also use your anchor.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if you want to use it, have to be 150 metres from the bridge,
Yeah.
and from underneath it, and when it's at the bottom, 2 arm spans tie off.
Yeah.
I'll grab your mooring pole.
Yep.
Any final questions?
That's it. That's all I can think of really.
Yeah. When you go out, just go back a bit. Like,
Yeah.
don't go back about 2 boat lengths,
Yeah.
2.5, so then you've got the full swing, so you're not cutting it tight on these boats.
Sounds good.
When you come back, one of us will be over here,
Yeah.
most likely me, because I get sent out to do all the pot stuff, like stuff on the pot.
Yeah.
Sadly, it's fine. So just come around slowly. It is a 4-knot zone, so school zone basically. You'll see a sign that has a metal sheet on the back, then it'll be a green one. If you look to the right, yeah, you'll have a red one and it'll have a 4 on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Oh yeah, the fours. Yeah, right.
Yeah, so that's just your school zone knots.
Yeah.
So, and this 4 and 5 sit open just.
Yeah, great. I'll just leave that. Oh yeah, okay. Maybe if you double it up, it'll hold. Like spin it around. Like, yeah, like that. And try. Oh, you fucked it. There you go. Maybe that'll work. Yeah, that might hold.
Worst comes to worst, if that flies off.
Yeah. All good.
I'll grab your mooring pole, so
Yep.
then all you just have to do, literally just grab it.
Sounds good.
And then I'll untie it and you'll...
Thanks, man.
good.
All right, friends. How was that? Pretty boring or something? Content. I'll check the chats soon. Actually, I'll probably do it before we go because he's getting that pole now. But I also want to see if I can mount this so you can get a better view of what's happening. I reckon like here maybe. Yeah.
So this is the mooring pole.
Perfect. Thanks, man.
So it's just same thing, just over that cleat there.
That's what I was after. Yeah. Thanks.
It's a super long one, so. There you go.
Cheers, man.
No, I'm just going to tape them to there. I can get you some zip ties.
Oh no, look, it's just all just going to take too long if I do that.
There.
And like we're already ahead of the high time. We're already into the high time now, I think. So
Yeah.
I better just do this.
If you come back 10 minutes late, that's fine.
Thanks, man.
Like if you're on your way back
Yeah.
and the journey back's taking a bit because you'll be going. Oh, journey there. If you go to the right, it'll take a bit longer
Yeah.
because you're going against the wind. But when you come back, you'll be a bit quicker because you're going with the wind.
Yeah.
But as long as you're leaving by 5 to 4:30, like 5 to 4:30.
Yeah.
Like
Cool.
4:25 inside.
Thanks. Let's see if this will. I don't know if that'll work. Maybe not. Maybe like here. Yeah, that should be enough. Maybe that'll be good there. Or I can just leave it in the bag.
Oh,
I don't know.
there's rod holders for you. Like,
Oh, are they? Where? Where are they?
there's one at the back corner at the left side, left rear.
Oh yeah, I see. Maybe that'll work.
Right.
That might work. It'd be right behind me, but that probably would work.
Because it'll be sitting up on the angle.
It might vibrate. Oh, yeah, that would work. I just have to tape it in.
might vibrate a bit,
Yeah.
but when you're underway, it should be fine because the engine, the vibrations are behind you.
Yeah.
It'll only vibrate at low speed.
I think we'll just go this for now. Let's go this, unless I can.
You might be able to put it
Mount
fit,
it, man.
like in the inside here.
Yeah, maybe.
Like often.
Maybe.
Alright.
Oh yeah, that's actually that work. That works.
Because I think the like further up you go, the higher the fit.
I might just see if we can do this here, just for a cheat. I don't want to. I reckon that it's already. Then it's like held in. I think that'll probably work. That'll do.
Yeah, if you come back a bit late,
Yeah.
like let's say you're just in the middle of like a recording or something and you need to come back later, which
Yeah.
is fine, just give us a ring because I'm going to be here a bit later.
Yeah.
Because I'm leaving this afternoon in my own personal boat.
Yeah.
So if you come back late, just give us a ring before you.
Will do.
If you're going to come back a bit later and then, yeah, so.
All right. Sweet.
That mooring pole might rattle a bit.
Oh
I'll untie you.
Thanks.
And then you are good to go. Oh, that's right. Can't really do that because that's not.
Epic. That looks good. Loving it. Thanks, man. All right, we're underway. Just gotta get this mic in a good place. Thanks.
I'll just set your mic up.
Yeah.
So I know it's a pain when,
Yeah, once it's moving,
yeah, when you're recording and you have to do something and you realise, oh, I forgot to do that.
Well, it's already it's already live anyway, so
Or like when you're about to,
yeah.
or like when someone's not ready and you've been sent off.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that's what happened with my match once. So I play squash and I record it
Yeah.
for sponsorship deals and all of that.
Yeah.
And I went to record a video. The match took me 1 hour 20. And yeah, I did it in slow mode.
Yeah.
So messed up the whole recording.
This thing is so annoying.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to do with that.
I might be able to.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to tape it down. That's what I'm going to do. Because it's just going to piss me off.
Tape.
Yeah, gaffer's tape. It's the solution to everything. All right.
As
That.
long as you like remove it before when you get back.
Yeah, I'll remove it when I get back. Don't worry about that. Bang. Yes. All right. Thanks, man. Am I off?
Yeah, you're off.
All right. I'll see you when I get back.
Yeah.
God bless.
God bless you too.
Let's do this. This is my first.
Time driving the boat.
Yeah. Well, no, I've driven it before, but like on this boat license, it's the first thing.
Oh yeah, this you've got the perfect size.
Yeah.
60s, you tell them to do something, they will. If you don't want them to do something, they don't.
Yeah.
60s take good care of you.
Well, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, so just keep going back. Just go neutral now. And now turn hard to the right.
Yeah.
Yep, and then now go forward. There you go. If you need a hand, just give us a ring. I'll come out and help you.
Thanks, bro. Yes, underway, friends. And so what were we talking about? You guys can see out the front? Looks like it. That's an odd. not sure how well I'm going to be able to talk. While doing this. Whoa, okay, shit. See Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely, it requires more care. Also remembering what all the theory talks about in terms of what the signal markers are. So it's not as simple as simply waxing lyrical while I do the thing. I've got to keep the lookout for everything that's going on. You know, when it comes down to it, I'm looking at the markers, I'm going, I don't remember anything from that theory I did. Oh, what do you do? So sorry if this is inactive and you can't really it's not that entertaining. Yeah, let me just get situated and we'll find somewhere to pull up. I'll have to find somewhere else for that camera. It was never going to last. Okay, let's grab this. Which way are we going? All good. Okay. That didn't work very well. Here we are. I have to put you on the bag. Hopefully that stays. Okay. All right. Perfect. Wow. Don't worry, it's just the wash of another boat. Yeah, isn't this beautiful? I guess I'll find somewhere to pull up. Over there in that island, it's there used to be a mental institution. A lot of Aboriginals were interned there, I think. You can see it. Kind of just meet on a weekend holiday rather than presenting anything. Just putter along here for a while. Yeah. So there we are. Content. So what were we talking about? We were talking about. I've just found a space there's a lot more open room, so I thought maybe we could have a little chat. Find out where I put my headphones. Don't want to lose them. There they are. Might put them in my ears. All right. And so, yeah, it's almost karma when you're moving forward in some degree. But we were talking about, I'll check the chats in a sec. I don't know what they if anyone's still going to be tuned in, but Fang it, Scott says, contra mundum. You look like you're having fun, bro, ZDMC, and happy we can get to come along for the ride. Cast your net like St. Peter, says ZDMC. Gov, but all the Aboriginal shaman on one island, meaningful place to talk Christian mysticism. Nah, there isn't a connection between, only as a kind of fallen pattern, is there any connection to like a degenerated pattern, right? And because all those patterns come from Christ, any type of initiation pre-Christian is like a fallen pattern, or it's dealing with, like I said, the memory of it. there's a deeper level of the unconscious that retains memory after the fall. So that is a kind of spirit, but it's cut off from, or it's a mixed waters. And I've talked about this many times, and that's just degenerating all the way up till now, since the fall till now. And so there's like a Luciferic spirituality, which can be there's a guy coming right towards me. Just go this way. Oh, he's coming this way. No, let's go this way. Just to signal which way I'm going. Someone says, what do you mean by disinfecting the fallen unconscious? I mean, this whole process is about the unconscious. We were talking about it just then. We were talking about the fall, right? The unconscious is kind of like a pagan unconscious, in that it's full of demons, provokings, egregores in its arrangement. You could also call this the psychological body. And when Jung talked about the collective unconscious, that's what he's talking about. And so when we're talking about disinfecting, well, what does it mean? We have sin to deal with. We are, you could call it the sphere of form as well. Now, what's some symbolism that can help understand this place that needs to be disinfected? This is, when I say disinfect, that's what purification is. Burning away. The Lord washes your feet. So, what happens is, a way of thinking about it is, the coin. When we talk about the symbolism of theosis, we're dealing with a cup, a coin, a sword, and a scepter. These are all really important Christian symbolism. The coin, your unconscious, I've talked about this before too, your unconscious is like a coin. It's made up of value, right? A coin is something that exists in lieu of board, of rent, of realities. Christ and the eternal are the ultimate real. So when we talk about we need to be purified, and our coin, which is our unconscious, right? We've got all these coins that have half-truths in them and are propped up lies, which is what a demon is. It's like a falsity, right? It doesn't have essence. So what has to happen is, and this is what our sinful nature is, our sinful being is tied up with, it has to be transformed, or you could call it transvaluated. So through the concentration without effort in prayer, again, you don't do it yourself. Christ washes your feet, but you are withdrawing into the wilderness doing this. You are practicing all the monastic oaths by doing this, right? For that time that you're doing it, you're rejecting all thought. So you're practicing chastity, poverty, and obedience, and other virtues at the same time, because you're not partaking in them, right? Now, that doesn't do it alone. It's Christ that washes that unconscious and changes the currency. And what else is a currency? A coin. If we're doing an exchange, well, all throughout our life, we have things to make up for. And so the order, it stands for, the coin stands for all the content of our memory, our are ideas and intellectual schema and structures. This is what the sphere of form is full of, right? It's where the demons are, among other places. There's a sphere of creation as well. And so, and also moral ideals. Because we're immoral, an ideal impels desire, impels impulse, right? It is an impulse in a sense. It's a kind of like a construct, an unconscious constellation is what a moral ideal is. It's like a being. It's a being. And it, because of the fallen, this is what we're talking about when we're saying disinfect. When I say disinfect, it is resonant language, but I just mean purification. But I mean, purification is probably more resonant in that it's being burnt away. Thank God. Thank God. And so as that happens, how we see the world, how we are, completely transforms. And when those demons are dissolved and we participate in it through virtue, but it really occurs incredibly through concentration without effort, right? In prayer, it's a prayer, the Jesus prayer, among other things, an hour a day. You have to devote this time to the Lord, and He'll join you. Because the air around you is full with the structures of that's what I give you a little look at look at these beautiful cliffs we're seeing here. Look at this beautiful country we're seeing here, friends. Now, I can take boats out. We can explore. But I want to finish answering this question first, but I thought I'd just give you a little look at that. And so, we're in a safe place, so keep puttering along. And so that disinfecting, and this is good that you asked this question, right? Because it's everything we wanted to talk about today as well. It's connected with the Beatitude, becoming poor in spirit as well. And the whole process becoming a peacemaker and a son of God. These things that we explore across everything we examine in these live discussions, they all come back to a similar place. They examine it in like a multi-prong, like the Beatitudes relate to this, relate to the purification, illumination, union. It's all interrelated, of course. The Lord is fundamentally order, but a special order that can't ever be fully mapped by us. But as it becomes, tradition unfolds, as He reveals more in Providence, it will, and He teaches us, it makes sense. We won't get it all, ever, really, until the end of time, if we ever do. But it makes sense when new things unfold from the tradition, let's say, when God reveals more interpretations of things in the Bible. The Bible's never going to be extinguished in its depth of life, because it points to Him. It's not the Word, it's the rule of Spirit, the understanding on a deeper level that you can only know through this initiation process, through theosis. You can't just go to church, you can't just read it literally. That's like St. Maximus says, that's doing things like a J. And he literally says that. This is how the J's do it. And it's wrong. It leads to sin. It leads to the spirit of the times. And that's why when some people say a lot of Protestants are actually kind of J's, because they have a surface interpretation of the whole thing. That surface interpretation comes from the spirit of the times, which is materialism. When we participate in modernity, and even deeper in the unconscious, it's that too. It's this coin I've been talking about. When we participate in modernity, in things, we get wrapped in this, the spirit and mixed waters of these fallen moral ideals. A moral ideal doesn't have to be good. They can think it's good, but it's something that impels, right? Like we said earlier. And so this process of purification, of disinfecting the fallen unconscious, which you could also say is it's a pagan unconscious, right? Because that's what fallen is. It's transforming your functional structure, your psychological unconscious, but all the demons you have are being, all the sins you've committed are being purified of you. Wow, can you see the clips, guys? You can probably see it. I don't even need to grab the camera. I think you've got it in shot there. There's also a ship out there, HMS Parramatta. It's like a diving wreck. And so wow, this is great. I must think more about how these things can be mounted, and as I get better at boating and stuff, we can do this more. We'll do streams on them. Obviously, I didn't get much of a chance to speak at the start, but it's good to be able to take it somewhere. You still got that? You can still see that? I can get a bit closer as well. Now we're talking. That's beautiful. Look at that. You can see that, can't you? Look at it. Look at that overhang. Let's get us a bit closer. Oh, it won't go too close, of course, but... And I'll finish this subject. Just give me a moment. I just wanted to show you a bit of the scenes and the sights. Oh, there's a waterfall here too. All right, we'll do a big loop. All right, here we go. Should be able to see this coming in now, right? Nice. Hey, you can see that. Good. No zoom lens, so you probably can't see the water coming off it, but it's pretty cool. You just get to see so much more than, let's say if you were in a car. You can't just pull up to something and just go, oh wow, look at that cliff. I mean, in the sense that there's always cars coming past you and when you're on a highway or something, right? Whereas here, you can just, bang, you're in the middle of it. And so, can you see the wreck? I'll at least pull this out, give you a bit better look at that. You probably had a decent view of it anyway, but just thought I'd show you. And that's where we are. Among things. I'll put you back there. Still good? Good. And so what were we saying? The unconscious. And so, yeah, that's what we're talking about. this functional structure. What does function mean? It means way of doing. Demons are also ways of doing, because function means a way of doing. What's the Lord? The way, right? So demons, part of they're tied up with desire as well. If they're pushing an impulse, when we said moral ideal, impulse, right? Impulse. It has a thing to get and achieve, doesn't it? So does behavior, doesn't it? A way. So a demon is a way as well, a false, evil way that has a certain objective. They hate us. They want to destroy us. They have certain outcomes they want. And sorry, I was just saying there's a boat coming. And you're made up of demons. So there's this BBC presenter who went to Father Lazarus, who's a Coptic Orthodox Christian, and he went to stay in his mountain. And this way of being, you know, the Desert Fathers, right? He was isolated there for 3 weeks, and this guy completely, he thought the demons were in the area, but you bring them with you. And it's not subjective either. I mean, they are there, right? They're in the world, of course, as well. But your desire structure, and it's not just subjective, like you are connected to demons externally, and you see him being provoked by them when he's actually criticizing Christianity, when the Father was kind enough to give him the place for 3 weeks. He's not recognizing that they're trying to stop you praying. But the point is, because they are, like I said, they're a way of being, they're a value structure. They push impulse towards things. And so they're like a currency as well. And so you have debts that you have to pay if you want to purify this unconscious that's made up of spirits, it's made up of falsity, desire, incorrect ways, evil. And we're all in it. And modernity especially is pagan, like it's fallen now. It's returned, especially in the West, it's returned to a fallen structure that promotes evil ways of being that aren't ultimately true. And so what we have to do is the next symbol, the sword. The sword cuts away, and this is the stage of purification. There's preparation before this, right? And this is what theology, theory, they should be icons for the beginning of purification, but mainly it happens through prayer, concentration without effort. And you can do virtue at the same time, but honestly, Christ helps you if you devote your time to the hour a day prayer. You'll find it far better because the whole point is to love Him and to come back into union with Him. There's nothing more that He wants from you than to love Him. Like I remember early on, you almost unconsciously you try communicate with Him to get things, right? Thinking, oh, but don't we need money to achieve whatever we're trying to achieve, Lord? No, He'll provide for you, right? But I remember in a case when I was doing that, is you just do it unconsciously because you're still yet to be purified. And so you mix your desires for union with Him with union so you can have a worldly desire because your unconscious has been purified. And so there's something the Lord said to me, and I confirmed this through a lot of discernments, and this is after long purification, friends, right? And you can never, you shouldn't, and as Peter of Damascus says, you should never be 100% on that, even after you've checked many times later. But he said to me, disciples who love me, disciples who love me. And my heart just broke when he said that. Because I realized, not broke, but he loves us and has been there since our birth, before our birth. And so to even subconsciously use Him to have economic security. What is that? What is that? It's saying, Lord, Lord, grant me another God. Grant me this capital, and that will provide for me. Right? If you're saying, oh, Lord, should I invest in this? Or Lord, should I, and look, it's something that happened to me as well. Like so it's understandable, but what capital is, what a retirement fund is worshipping worshipping a false god of existence to provide for you. And they are gods. They're driven, they are demons. And it's considered normal in modernity to do this, not rely on Christ, who said he will provide for us and does. But also you can get mixed up in your road towards him. You can get mixed up And so the Lord will help you though, help you realize it, and he helped me realize it. But disciples who love me, it's about love for him. And then helping others, right? It's and love for our fellow human beings. But chiefly, you're not going to get it only going to the community process in fact, you have to get away from it to exchange this. Look, everyone is so infected with modernity, even in Russia. You have to get away from, for a certain time of day, you've got to get away from the collective spirit of the times. Even if it's in liturgy, you need to spend time. And this is even Father Lazarus who's in St. Anthony's cave in Egypt said the same thing in an interview. That yes, it's good to return, and the liturgy is Christ's body and blood. That's 100% true. But to have full union with him, you've got to withdraw into the ground of the self. This coin must be converted into the real, just like currency is converted into board and these different things, food. But what's the real we're trying to convert it into? We're trying to convert our unconscious into spiritual reality. So our unconscious is to be converted into Christ and his way. Like, remember we talked about the way being like a demon, right? We're full of bad ways, bad moral ideals, bad concepts, bad evil or inessential concepts. The preparation can help clear the concepts. Good theology as an icon towards God can clear the false concepts we have in our mind. And it can't purify you. Through prayer, it has to happen. Concentration without effort in prayer. Christ is the only thing that can do this. And so that currency of modernity and what we value, I think you're getting a picture. I talk about this a lot, but I've got to keep mentioning different aspects of it so people get a sense of what's going on. Like when you're driven to do a bad behavior, is bad, or even just a thing that, I'm kind of feel tied to these cigarettes, or I feel tied to these reproductive organ online things that people, pornography, that sort of thing. I'm trying to find a word that isn't the word because it's gross. But I understand. They're demons though. It really is. Pushing because they want to undo and destroy people's possibility of going towards Providence, of being lifted out of this false destiny, lifting out of what has been. And so, what's the time? Oh, we've got ages. I haven't even been going for that one. And so the coin has to be exchanged. But what is it exchanged for? It's exchanged for, like we said, is that when the consciousness is allowed to apprehend God, that enters memory. Memory is a being. It's part of your being. You have deeper levels of memory. We don't learn, we remember, as Plato said. That's actually true. especially divine things, and we don't even remember divine things. It's we who are remembered by the divine. They remember us, and they reorgan us. God reorgans us and our connection to him at the ground of our psyche, right? And so what happens? Well, Christ said he's the way. So all these procedural structures, procedure means way of doing, way of being, functional structures that are in our unconscious are replaced with his virtue structure. Virtue also means the same thing. It's like a potentiality for being. It's a potentiality for acting in the world. It's a potentiality of ways, is what we're made up of. Most of the time we're made up of sinful ways that have to be purified, right? This is the domain of form. And also, but it's your concepts too, but it's also the content of your unconscious. The content is filled with the things of the world. It's filled with surface. Nature can help a little bit, like we've said many times, but you need to start eating spiritual content. And I mean the things that you see in the depths through concentration without effort. Not, yes, the gospel does give you spiritual content, but you've got to do this depth prayer with Christ, this mystic prayer with Christ, concentration without effort in prayer. And spiritual content, spiritual knowledge, when they say spiritual knowledge, they don't mean a proposition on a piece of paper. It's knowing divine beings. It's knowing Christ by having met him and experiencing, obviously it's a mystery in how it's experienced. It's not, it can be apparition, but it's more intimate when it's not, actually, because that's extrasensory. This stuff transcends the senses, the intimacy, the spiritual touch one is granted. He is the essence of our I. He is more I than I myself am. And so, I don't even know if there's signal out here. Let me have a look, make sure this is still working. Oh, it is. Actually. Great, we're still going. I'll try to get a little bit more frontal view. I guess you can still see me there? Yeah, you can still see me. Disciples who love me. Yes, someone just said that in the chat. I just looked at the chat, everyone, so we're participating here. I see ZDMC and friends. Let's go up a bit further. Have I answered that question though? Hang on. So, this is great. I think we'll do this again as well. Obviously I'll get more used to boating around, but not that often, maybe once a month or something. And I'll find some mounts. So, I'll give you a look. There's a little settlement here you can have a look at. Should be able to see. See it yet? Maybe not yet. Should be able to see it in a sec. But anyway, what we're saying? Yeah, so the unconscious. Exchanging the currency. A currency means you also, to exchange this mixed with truth and falsity, the sort of fallen unconscious that needs to be disinfected in this theosis process. To become a son of God, we're not there yet. We're not at a son of God yet, really. He's washing our feet, that's true. We've made the commitment, we're doing the prayer, but his way of being, his virtue, needs to come into us. and they're all the cardinal virtues, right? St. Maximus incredibly demonstrates the process of virtue. But also the saints say that you can do all the virtue you like as an ascetic. If it's just the technique, you won't experience revelation. It has to be with all these other things. It has to be grace, and primarily through prayer and love. Like, you've got to pray for love of Christ, for his will to become your will. But you also have to recognize all he does for you so you don't become conceited, like I mentioned earlier. And that I was conceited. Even when you're on this process, St. Gregory of Palamas says that you can get to this intermediate stage, you are experiencing parts of union. Because perfection has a long scale that goes across your whole life, but you experience revelatory action and illumination, but you're in this middle part, so you begin to think that the virtues were done by you in some deep way. And thank God. And you should pray for humility as well. And humility is a virtue. It's something that can be granted by God. And through humility, that's granted by God as well. It's not something we can just do through a practice, though prostrations and these things do help. And making sure that you always counter any satanic attempt to call you something special, is that we're nothing. That's the whole point. We're supposed to become nothing. So Christ lives and acts in us. So I'm nothing, I am a useless servant. That's the point, right? Because he grants us his way. He enters us, and his functional structure, like we're saying, becomes the new psychological unconscious. And so the archetypes are then him. But this was always the truth in eternity. These pagan and fallen archetypes that Jung's talking about, they're the imperfect fallen aspect that is ultimately not true. And so they have to go. And so it's not a matter of Christ converting your unconscious. It's about, yes, that's what happens, but we need to understand that, no, it's the return to truth from the true eternal that's been there since the beginning, the true primordial tradition. It's the true. Not like Plato had, which is the memory of the truth. The leftovers from before the fall. So yes, when he's philosophizing about it, he's abstracted from it, and those abstractions are true. But they're not, he's not in contact with the Logos. He doesn't have the true, proper psychological body or psychological unconscious that is to be restored. Christ's way in our unconscious. Or what's also talked about by the saints, virtue. The virtues are granted because they're both graced and practiced. If you try to just do it on your own, here's one thing that's helpful to remember from St. Maximus, is that one of the most dangerous ones is pride, right? And this is what happened to people like Aleister Crowley when they were allowed to control demons. When he died, as he died, his final words were, "I'm perplexed." Presuming this is true, I haven't contemplated this, but I think it probably is. What it means is that pride, the demon of pride, which comes to all the people who are tied up in Willsmacht, will to power, this demon reveals himself at the point of their death. It allowed the hegemony of freeing them from the other demons, allowing so they'd be enslaved by their own pride for the rest of their life, and as they went to die, all that was taken away. And then of course you were perplexed because the devil came to you and there was no banishing them then because your time was over. Bless him, pray for him to be purified and found repose in him. As much damage as he participated in, he still has the divine image. But that's my guess as to what happened, because St. Maximus says this, that what the pride demon does is it allows you to feel like you've got virtue because you're not being provoked by lust or gluttony or this or that, right? You could also call this a hegemonic piece, where because of the will to power, because of your lust for power, the others have been silenced, so you feel like you've got control of your life. But that all dissolves in the end. But you've got no more time then. You're dead then, right? So it's the ultimate dark trick, because it makes you think you're virtuous. But even being, and that's the big thing about why one has to follow the monastic view of things and how it's done, is this is it. Like, we want Christ to live and act in us. It's not about us. So if you have someone walking around talking about their virtue, that's a clear sign. Because it's the devil, believe me, the devil constantly tries to do this. And the response to me is, I'm nothing and a useless servant. And that's true, because that's what we want. I know I said this already, but we want this because it's Christ who lives and acts in us. It makes the empirical self, the fallen self, small and purified and become him, and he acts in us. And then we get to have this wonderful Son of God, to have him with us, to find out what his divine will is and be free of the demonic desires of this false way of being, and free in that he will provide for you. Like, he'll free you. You won't have necessarily every comfort. You'll have to have some struggle and bear your cross. That's fine, but he will provide for you materially as well. But in terms of granting your prayers, the mountains will be moved, especially when it comes to getting close to him. As St. Maximus talks about, the confessor, the mountains that are moved is that when you pray for peace, the Lord will come immediately to you. I can tell you. It just takes time to purify this fallen unconscious. And thank God for that. Thank God it's possible. It'd be good if I had the camera on my hat or something so you could look out and see what I see. Or maybe like two different, I don't have the kit for that. You'd need to have a vision switcher and or 2 camera setup, and it'd just be too heavy. But you could have like one on a hat and then one on this position. And then you could see the outside better. But I think that answers the question. I think that answers the question. And it's what we were going to talk about anyway, and there's much more to go, believe me, but trying to get this idle in the least amount of vibration so I can talk. That's good. That'll be good. There we go. That's perfect. And so, but you have to pay your debts. And so this is really important too, that we have to, let's have a drink here, but we have to, no cup holder? No? Okay. Put you there. We have to, it's a bit slow. We have to practice the virtues for one, but give to the poor. You don't have to do much. You can pray for the people you walk past, but that loose change. I used to never give a thing to people that I'd walk past. People that were homeless. But now I try to keep just a little thing of change. You don't have to give much, just people you walk past. So it's personal, and it actually is part of your the Western word is destiny, right? Part of your sin, right? It deals with your sin. We have to pay our debt. So part of it is praying for others. Every day we should pray for the world, but just praying for other people. The Lord will forgive us though, right? He'll bring about this process, but you do have to also let go of all your resentments, and He will forgive you. You also have to have mercy, and then He'll have mercy on you. So if you have mercy for other people, if you forgive everyone who wronged you, no matter what it is, and all you have to do is ask the Lord to bless them every time it appears in memory to try haunt you, the Lord will firstly free you from the demon of it, but then it's part of paying your debts. It's part of Him dissolving and disinfecting your unconscious from the demons. But you have to pay your debts by forgiving and by having mercy on others. And you can also do it by giving some money to people you walk past who are poor. It doesn't have to be much, just like $1 here and there. But mainly, forgiveness is the biggest part. But it will contribute to helping you love your fellow man as well. But through Christ, this happens. Through this, as the desert monastic said, Father Lazarus, who's in the tomb of in St. Anthony's cave, he does a liturgy every night, who's the father of monastics. And he said this, is that it will not happen. The true full communion has to be through withdrawal, has to be through going into the desert. He's talking about it literally, but you can do this, believe me. This is what initiation's all about. It's what Valentin Tomberg's talking about. You can do this, and the Lord will do it now because the apocalypse is getting closer. AI is tied up with this. We truly live in the spirit of degeneracy. So if you can find this hour, as the fathers were tortured in their body, we're at the moment tortured psychologically to think that we can't give the time to the Lord. But we can. If you can just habituate this practice, He will help everything else unfold, and you'll want to do the rest of it. You'll start the reading, and you can read I've got a reading list. Incredible. The most essential reading. There's so much superfluous reading going on. The most essential reading that you could be reading is really on that reading list that I've got on the Substack. Greenwood, official reading list. These are the safe texts, at least according to me. Anyway. And so, incredible people. I can't believe I waited so long to read the Philokalia, the whole thing. My God. Like what you're missing out on just reading the philosophers. Heidegger is great, excellent preparation. Phenomenology is excellent preparation to begin to actually look to the depths of things yourself, which is what you have to do. But we're talking about theosis. We're talking about being granted the depth faculties, which really aren't faculties. They're granted wings. So every time you end up doing it, it's the Lord allowing you to use it. And you're not really using it. And He'll remind you in the process. You'll ask Him a question, and you'll be sent intuition, right? And if you keep using it like a faculty, eventually He'll remove the grace. Because you've got to get and be thanking Him every time. At the same time, you've got to be careful because you've got a long way to go on purification and a lot of virtue and humility to be granted before you can rely on it. So like I said, Peter of Damascus says, You've got to just keep in the back of your mind, you can't be 100% certain. And like we talk about, the epistemic principle does account for some of this, is that you keep a watch. Are you getting more humble? Are you getting more fruits developing? Are you becoming more spiritually healthy? Just wanted to make sure I didn't go into too shallow water there. But yeah. Just let this guy go past. And so, and from there we go to the symbolism on the sword, purification. So we went from the coin, and then you're at this stage of purification. You're being allowed into the unconscious, and you will see it, the imagistic. And this is why you basically need to ignore what is imagistic to begin with, because what you see is not purified. The saints of Eastern Orthodoxy do talk about the divine light, but you have to wait a long time for that coin to be dissolved before you can know and know the patterns. They do mention some phenomenology, but I'm not going to mention that now, because it takes years. You know, you got to be. I mean, I've mentioned some phenomenology before, but you have to read them, because you need their advice. They structure it in a way so you see. So you see that what the dangers are, and that the imagistic can't be relied on, especially at the start. But yeah, since Simon the new theologian talks about the divine light, it's not just the black of St. John of the Cross, right? Or wow, dude, this really is I'm not surprised so many Australians love boating. It's pretty amazing being able to just zip around and look at the different, but then just chill out, have a chat. When you're on the highway, you can't really do that. Reduce wash. Okay. I got no idea where we are, but this is the Hawkesbury River. Let's turn around. Oh, we might go this way. Woohoo! I don't even know if there's reception out here. I better go back. I didn't think of that. Maybe there is. Oh, okay. I just better check that and make sure there is. Make sure there is some reception. Hang on. Oh no! Oh yeah, it's breaking up a bit. A little bit. All right, let's get back to a spot with better signal. You should have a bit of clips here you can have a look at. Let me get a bit closer. See that? So let me have a look. Maybe not. All right, maybe that's working again. We back? Looks like we're back, maybe. Yeah, I think we are. All right, sorry about that, everyone. It looks like the signal went out. There, I went a bit too far away from safe harbor. see way better if you go faster. No public access. I might as well show you, I guess. Let me just show you where we are. The Australian government has certain areas. This one is for sport. You can see there. It's like a little island where sports teams can come do things. Oh yeah. Right, so what are we saying? Okay. Yeah, so we're up to, gotta love boats, Glenn Wellen says yes. This is my first time on my own on one. In terms of, obviously I just got my boat license, but where were we? We were talking about the symbol of the sword. Just idle this down a bit. Keep it going a little bit so it can maintain direction, but chill out. I'm not hot at all though because of the wind from the, and because there's a shade cloth. But the sword. So the sword is about, like I said, it's a purification of the unconscious. You could call it the sphere of form or the psychological unconscious. Some people call it the astral body. That's what Rudolf Steiner called it, but just the psychological unconscious is the terms that someone like Jung used for it, but a Platonist would call it the sphere of forms. And so what we're doing through concentration without effort in prayer, helped by the preparation of reading the saints, reading people like Valentin Tomberg, it can work us out of the false idea structures that are in that coin, that low coin that needs to be converted to real realities, like currency is converted into boat hire, like currency is converted into food. But the real that we're talking about is not facticity, isn't the surface, because look, this is half fallen, half virginal. It's not just virginal nature. What we're after is the part of our being. We have a body, sorry, our body doesn't have a soul, our soul has a body. And deeper down, the image of God in us has a soul. And so you can see how there's different layers down to God, and we're disconnected from the most essential layer. And so this whole process is about cleaning that up But the cleaning up of that truly is to make it first an empty cup. And it's nothing more than, well, nothing more. It's mapped by the process of becoming poor in spirit. That's why we do the concentration without effort in prayer. We're withdrawing from even sometimes our fallen friends, because it's the social that we get pulled in. Maybe not going out so much, participating in these different things. We've got to stop sinning, but also being around bad influences, bad ways, because they have demons in them as well, right? They're not demons, essentially. We still have to love them and everything, but while we're doing this, we have to withdraw, because our parent is God. If we want to be a son of God, we need to be purified of what was arbitrarily given to us in whatever habits, character, inherited. And thankfully, you can't do this without Him. You can't overcome this. You can't self-will. You can do that. I mean, you can do that, but you become a demon, right? And you're not truly self-willing. Because why? Because you rewrite your will. Because it's a feedback loop, right? It's a feedback loop in the sense that you think that you want to be an ubermensch who self-propels, self-wills, that says, I want to be this, I want to have this energy now. Well, what provoked you in the first place to want the things that you have? So you're a slave to what you were born into anyway. And so that's how the demons win. It's only free, truly, when it's outside time. And none of the desires that are here are truly freedom. And so this is why the serpent, the whole promise of the will to power of modernity, this desire for more, for achievement, that with self-esteem, that we bootstrap, that we do this thing ourselves, and then we are proud of ourselves because we're self-made men and self-made billionaire. We did everything our own. That is all the wrong way of living and thinking about it. And when you die, the demons are going to come out of the woodworks, and you're going to have a very terrible death, and everyone is going to die. And you're going to have to, and you will face them, and they'll reveal themselves more clearly at the end. You do have to be afraid as well, right? As the saints say, fear of God and fear of punishment helps, but it's not Him that punishes you. It's because you wanted to be separate from Him. We wanted to be separate from Him. Like, He gave you freedom. He gave us freedom. Like, He's not punishing us. We're punishing ourselves. But you need to be afraid of the demons and what's coming. But if you turn to Him, He immediately helps you. But what we don't realize is that we're just so attached in modernity. We think it's normal. All these behaviors are normal, and they're terrible. They are demonic. And so that is crucial to this theosis process, is you're going to have to withdraw from certain friends. And you know those people. But also you've got to get used to not being so comfortable, because you're going to have to devote time to Him. 1/7 of your time, really, but all you have to really make your objective, and you can start small, but getting to this hour a day. And so what comes after the sword then? Well, you begin becoming the cup. The cup. An empty cup. And that's what we've been waiting for. Thank God. So a lot of your unconscious has begun to be purified by the Lord, and you are becoming a receptacle for revelation. I mean, you could stop at virtue. It's kind of like having virtue without grace, in a sense, but it is with grace anyway. And so empty eventually you become empty at the very end or close to the end of your practice, right? In the morning. The Lord will bring you to that 0 point. He's been washing your feet for a while, over months. And if you're out of practice, or you haven't done this before and you think you're purified, you have to do it. If you think you already have the Lord impelling you and showing you what to do, you have to do it. Because if you're thinking that and you don't have a virtue structure and you're sinning and you're confused, you're just very likely to be in prelest, even if it seems like I said, you're looking at I say in those lectures, there are prerequisites. You just can't avoid them. And the saints, you've got to follow what the saints are saying. There's no skipping it. Oh, I'm just going to read the discernment lecture and I'll just be able to do it straight away. No, you've got to be doing these things for 6 months, year. Doesn't matter what experiences happen to you. You don't know those experiences as a prelest yet. If you haven't read the Philokalia, we need to have the saints' spiritual wisdom, which are imbued with they're imbued with spiritual knowledge. So like I said earlier, like the gospel, but obviously not as powerful, like the gospel, trying to get to a better spot. Some cliffs here you can probably see as well. And yeah, so becoming an empty receptacle, we were saying. That's becoming poor in spirit. That's after long practice, but also practicing the virtues. But in the process, these three things sort of happen at the same time. But eventually it becomes possible to see what time it is. 3:20. Because he's washed your feet, you're not perfect yet by any means, but you do reach the point where you're able to experience what the next symbol is, which is the scepter. Not only are you a receptacle for illumination, but you actively participate in grace. Now, what does that mean? Because in that stage, you'll see things. You'll be granted spiritual knowledge in that receptacle stage. When you're becoming poor in spirit, at the end of the practice, you'll experience inspiration. You'll experience repenting. You'll experience sorrow, joy, contriteness, I think it's called by the saints. You'll experience that. And every time that inspiration's happening, that's a small transformation of your being. But it's still illumination. It's still illumination. Like, you're not an active participant in grace yet. You're not communicating. But once you get to the next part, And again, these things all happen at the sort of same, eventually they all continue, right? You're still being purified every morning. That doesn't stop. You still sin. But you're getting, the Lord is becoming more, participating more in your life, let's say, and you're experiencing the spiritual phenomena we talk about in the lectures. Spiritual touch, the truth of the heart, the sorrow, joy I just mentioned. Contemplation is what is called by the saints, where you experience God not only as a mirror, in a mirror, but face to face. Like when spiritual touch is mentioned, it's used because that word has the immediacy of the most intimate, and as well as moved as the heart, because Christ enters the heart eventually. Now, we mentioned the scepter. That's participating in the sacred miraculous, right? Some people call it sacred magic, but it's the same. Valentin Tomberg does, but it's all it is grace. In that, as Gregory of Sinai says in the Philokalia, I've got a lecture on the breath, participating in the breath of Christ. Well, look, okay, let me just summarize this quickly though. During purification, which is the sword and the coin we mentioned earlier, during that, you're being granted faith. What is that? A growing participation and being dissolved by the breath of the real, Christ's breath. The breath of the real. He's washing your feet. And that is actually an experience. Then, in illumination, you're granted hope. You do see certain things. But also it's an existential condition. Same with faith. Faith is a granting of a very real, and St. Maximus says this too, a very real, like a substance almost, a certainty and a substance that has nothing to do with eyewitness certainty, or it's actually also a raw experience of Him. And then the cup is about experiencing hope. Like we said, illumination, right? You're an empty cup, you're granted hope. Hope is illumination. Faith is breath, divine breath, purifying breath of the real. And love is divine fire, which is experienced more in what we just mentioned, the scepter. There's nothing more intimate than the Lord influencing your breath. As Gregory of Sinai says, the breath. And he quotes St. Paul, it's not I who lives but Christ who lives, and acts, that actualizes in me. That means He influences the breathing when you're in your passive active state. Doing the Jesus prayer, combine watchfulness and this is why you learned all this time to bring your attention to the breathing and the Jesus prayer. Not control it yourself. You're just letting the automatic breath go, remember? That's got you used to it so you could experience grace later. And there's nothing more loving and trusting than recognizing that over a long period of time and thinking very carefully about it and checking the quotes of the saints. Like I said, there's a quote in the Discord, join the fellowship, and I've got the Gregory of Sinai quote right there about the breath. It's clear, and Valentin Tomberg also hints at the same thing. It's the raw experience of grace, and love develops from there. But it's participating in revelatory action. How else do you do that? With this symbol of the scepter. It's the union of both divine and mortal will. You're bringing your will into union with Him. There's nothing more that He wants Nothing more that he wants than you to do your concentration without effort in prayer in the morning, where you can have this union. Eventually. It begins very late in the practice. And two other people in the fellowship have experienced this. So, it's not just me. And where I'm worthy, it's because of the times, right? Because of the times. Like I said, closer to apocalypse. There's a Russian saint who said this, that things would get, salvation would, the psychological pressures would be immense and way worse, but at the same time salvation would come simpler because it's accelerating. So Christ would allow certain things, right? And so, is this signal working? Yes, Swedish method. Just look to the saints, Charlie, from the marina. Read the Philokalia. The trouble with evangelical Christianity, and look, it's good that something's being participated in. There are some evangelicals in the fellowship, but there's a whole sacred, holy tradition of the saints who help us actually see not the literal interpretation of the Bible, which, as we talked about on this channel, that's like St. Maximus says, that's doing it like a Jew, right? They're obsessed with the material. It's seeing everything in the surface material. It's likewise for the Bible. Through concentration without effort in the Jesus prayer, which, my friend, if you look at my website, you can find lectures on how to do that. But the true practice, if you want to come close to Christ, it only comes through doing, like a monastic, for an hour a day, doing the concentration without effort, in prayer, doing this Jesus prayer again and again. And I've got a few practices that you can just do and start it straight away. Then you will experience him not as an outside man, not as this thing we work up together while we play music in a church. You'll experience him in the depths of silence, when the world's closed off, not when we're provoked by the music of modernity and the culture of the times, in nothing. When the Lord said those, spiritual poverty is what I'm talking about, to become poor in spirit in the Beatitudes, right? How do you become poor in spirit? It's not by going to a Hillsong thing. That can be good for community, everything. I don't want to bag anything in particular, but we do it by concentrating with our eyes closed, without effort, gently, but then just praying the Jesus prayer for an hour a day. That's going into the desert like the Israelites, like the saints. Now, in terms of understanding the Bible, there's no technical method. It comes from this. It comes from going to the essence of the unconscious, going close to the essence of the unconscious. It opens up, and symbolism can help, as St. Maximus says. Look up St. Maximus the Confessor and look up his readings from the Philo, P-H-L-I-O, Kalia. It's the most important spiritual book in terms of how to achieve, and you don't achieve it, it's Christ in you, but how to do and achieve union with God. Not only to participate in this sort of cultural Christianity, but as a fact of your experience, as a raw fact, an existential fact, not even as an extrasensory, not even as like an apparition of him, but in the depths of your own being, right there with you. Anyway, that's what we basically talk about on this channel. And so we were talking about the receptacle, the cup, right? This is old Christian symbolism. The coin, the sword, the cup, and the scepter. The scepter, as we know, that's been in monarchies for a long time, but the cup is you're becoming an empty receptacle, just like the Beatitudes say. That's possible then to be illuminated by Him and have an actual... And this is where the sum of the Protestantism is true. In terms of... I mean, Orthodoxy doesn't say this doesn't happen either, though, but a direct relationship and guidance from Him through intuition, but not in intuition in the women's intuition, not this dilettante word. This is like the depth that comes from a deep practice and careful contemplation that monastics engage in. We can do this even in modernity. I mean, you're a young man, but we've got young men in the fellowship that are doing the same thing. One just went on a pilgrimage to Spain for 6 months doing this practice on his way, and he's had great progress in this. But it's not about life, it's not about having a family, right? It's about having access to Providence, meaning that you are able to discern His divine will for you. That's what this is about. That might involve you marrying someone, but that's what we're really after in this day. We want to discern a will that is not our own and desires a wife or this or that. Again, we might do that, but that's the whole problem. We're trying to escape that will we were born into and find a guidance from somewhere else. Is that possible? Yes. And that's actually been the ancient tradition. And books like the Philokalia lead us there to that direct. I mean, look, like this is the most. The Philokalia is the deepest, probably the deepest book outside the Bible in terms of Christianity. I'd say it's essential reading, but you've got to be serious about it. Is that do you really want to put the time in to follow? Because you've got to put the time in and love Him first and do the practices. Are you willing to put the time in? Because there is, I mean, a lot of these things are reflected in a more surface level Christianity. These things I'm saying, like, yeah, He has a plan for you, but the reason He does is because He literally is the future. Is that this whole modernity that we're surrounded by is living off the spiritual energy of the past, like the spiritual. And to understand this, we need to understand that memory has an impulse, right? All our memories inform our life and they drive us to do certain things, don't they? The thing that happened to me at school, I'm now going to behave this way because this experience happened to me. The same thing happens, we're acted on in that memory from ancient times. The same things that happened to the Greeks act on us now. What has been hasn't passed. Now that's not... It's good to remember history and to participate in it, but it's truly properly understood and sanctified by your true relationship with the cosmic being of Christ, meaning not just in the Bible. He is the divine being that's actually possible to have disclosed to us as a fact of our experience. It's not outside man, it's not invisible man, but at the same time it's a mystery. It's not also like an apparition that appears. He doesn't appear because He's the Logos, He's the Word. He's not only, yes, He experienced everything that we experience and when He incarnated, but He is also, and this is what a lot of Protestantism, I'm not saying all of it, misses, His divine being. He's also the Logos. And so what does that mean? It means time, this happening of our current experience that happens right now, this moment, next moment, the present, doesn't have a future. It's just a happening. Unless, because nothing's new, is it? It's just a push from the past. It's the things that happened in the past and the happening of the present, and that drives where things end up. The calendar isn't the true future. That's just a false projection. So all we have is a false projection of what our future is going to be, and that techniques, those ideas of what the future is to be, warp what is or could be a truly living life. But that doesn't mean you can be like a yogi and involve yourself in Eastern spirituality. Oh, I just want to get to the now. I want to experience the now and the present without all these ideas. No, you actually have to make contact with, and you do this by becoming poor in spirit. We've got a sort of juvenile desire for more and a lust for more, a lust for power that we have to overcome for moral courage. And so and through that, we have to let go. I mean, this is difficult for a young man, I get it, to get, but it's possible to understand when you look at Twitter and you look at the filth out there, the filth. At least maybe when you get to like 22, because that's Bram, a young fella in our fellowship. He sees it, man, because he's on Twitter. And so he wanted nothing to do with it, just to seek divine things. And that's possible. You can do it at a young age, man. You can go through this process at a young age. But what were we saying? So, through letting go of that idea of what the future is going to be, you can make contact with, there is a being who is the future. That's what the eternal is. When we're talking about the eternal, and we're Christ and the Father, that's the future. It's the potentiality of everything that is going to be. That's what Revelation talks about. It's a place that you can have an interaction with and receive impulses from, ideas from, guidance from. And then, once you've purified yourself and made proper contact with it, then that's called creative revelation. A new ex nihilo. Really? Going, seeing where these jet skis are going. Yeah, you become essentially, well, the behaviors are out of nothing. And through this process, that's the scepter really, but you have to spend a long time doing it. But you have to let go of these goals. I mean, a young man may not have many goals at the moment. But not only is it illumination then, in terms of revelation, but you're actively participating in His plan for you. You're knowing it. You're able to ask questions. And then change your behavior accordingly. Not guessing at it. It takes a long time of discernment to do this, right? And it's an incredible, a gift that we're very unworthy for. But you get to be free. And that doesn't mean you're going to be rich or something, but you get to be a free man because Christ provides for you. And there's nothing more worth doing than theosis. It's what we're supposed to do. It's what we're here for. It means divinization. The Lord makes you God, like Him. That's what theosis means. And that's from Eastern Orthodoxy. This is ancient Christianity. And so you can sometimes unconsciously participate in something the Lord wants you to do, but you're never sure. But what this grants you is the greatest gift of all. It's knowing that you're in a place that there's nothing else you could be doing or should be doing. And you're granted the peace of that. And it's a beatific peace. It's not a psychological peace. It's a divine peace. Of knowing you're exactly where the Lord wants you to be. You don't have someone else tell you that. It aligns with the experience of the saints, right? That's what the tradition's for. We don't exist in a bubble. We don't do these things brand new. We've got a whole holy tradition of saints to rely on. And they're made saints because they're reliable. I mean, they're not right about everything, but that's what the holy unfolding tradition's about. But you get to participate in your providential future, right? That's what providence really means. It's the true potentiality of the future is Him and what is supposed to become. But it's not just this, it's something that you can experience. This true future. And I've talked about, and the other people watching the channel know, as we've talked about many times on this channel. We have to get rid of the fake future to disclose it. There's a fake, modern, projected future about what next year is going to be. Or your goal, mainly your goals, really, or what you desire for yourself. You've got to overcome these willed desire of this fallen being that we're born into. Full of hormones, right? And through the tradition, through reading the Depth Bible, reading the saints to help you. Okay, so how do you interpret the Bible? One thing of sacred reading is doing your concentration without effort in prayer, so you become kind of dissolved out of the surface of things, not reading the Bible unless you've done that first, right? You're going to deeper into the unconscious by doing that. When you go deeper into the unconscious, the same thing happens with the Bible. It's deep. There are levels of reality. So there's no just method. There is a method in the sense of, but it's always granted by Christ, right? So you get yourself into a sacred mood. You approach it with respect and love. You pray to Jesus, our beloved Lord Jesus Christ, help me understand your holy writings, beloved Lord. But you still need to take 15 minutes to concentrate. And I talk about how to do that in the lectures, right? because the concentration aspect is the most important part that's forgotten. It has to go with the Jesus prayer. It's all important, but you can't forget that aspect. And the saints talk about this too. But so many people don't do it. But it also needs to be without effort. It needs to be completely relaxed. And so you're leaving the surface concerns of everyday life. Remember what the Lord said? Enter the tabernacle. Close the door. Then you can understand. And this is what gnosis is. It's like, gnosis is knowledge of God. He sends, like St. Maximus talks about the 7 spirits that are granted. One of them is spiritual knowledge. It's not you that comes up with the idea of the interpretation. So this is how the Bible's read. It's not the surface understanding. It's not from anyone else necessarily. And new things will come out of it. Deeper things. But St. Maximus talks about this. So I would recommend reading St. Maximus. He's from ancient Christianity, like year 600, from the Byzantine Empire. If you want to go, if you're going back to the true Christianity that someone like Luther wanted, that's who we should be listening to. One of the many great saints. And so, but that's a clue there. It's not just, we don't just jump into it. Also, it's not just about taking time aside. That's part of it. We really have to do this concentration without effort in prayer. That gets us, and we become more essential. We have to get out of this modern mode. If you want to understand the essence of the Bible, becoming more essential, we have to become more essential ourselves, but overcome this materialistic interpretation of what the world is. You don't have a soul because you've got a body. You've got a body because you have a soul. We have to get back to how the ancients understand. Yeah, it's like more Platonistic. How is the true interpretation? How the saints understood what the human being is the true interpretation. You don't have a desire and will because you've got arms and legs. You only have arms and legs because you have a more primordial will. Your soul owns this body. Your body doesn't own this soul, right? So that means that there are deeper levels of reality that aren't material, that you're nested in. So you see, it's more complicated. Whereas people think, I'll just pick up the Bible and this literal interpretation is what it is. No, because we are way more fallen than the ancients were. They lived in a Christian world. Once the apostles had converted the pagans, we've reverted to paganism in this materialism. So what we understand when we read the Bible is retarded and literal, retarded. And so we have to actually convert our being. I think I've got 40 minutes more on the boat. We have to convert our being to actually truly be able to understand it. And you get that when you read someone like St. Maximus. You go, this guy, I'm not like him. He exists in a different world, but he has this special understanding. You know, these saints are great. He's read all the philosophers. He's read Plato. He's read all the Greeks. But also, consciousness has changed. And so if we really want to understand this thing in a deeper way, and that's all right, my friend. You have to go back to work. These are all the issues we're already going to talk about today. And so if we want to understand that, we have to understand that we have to transform ourselves. It's like this, it's like a golden mean. We have to, at the same time that we read the Bible, we also need to transform ourselves. Like, you don't just not read it, right? Because it works its magic on you still. It's miraculous on you still. So you do them like a golden mean, you're figuring out a kind of balance, but the main thing to do is the Jesus prayer. There are people that have just done this, And they didn't even really know that much. I didn't know that much when I began. And things were graced to me that I'm totally unworthy for. And so the concentration in the Jesus prayer for an hour a day is utterly crucial. If you can do that, these things will open up. The Lord will grant you things. You're becoming truly committed. You're not just reading on the weekend. You're not just going to a social outing. Even the liturgy, like it has to be, the liturgy is certainly the body and blood of Christ, right? It's his body. But at the same time, as that monastic said, if you don't pair it with the depth life, you're not having the proper communion that he wants for you. The communion is through this. Becoming more essential. He's got to enter your being, and more people need to do it. Let's go a bit faster. Enjoy this while we have a bit longer on it. Bit rougher out here. It's smoother to go faster. Really? What are you guys seeing there? This is the train track where we're going past now. Just got to keep my eyes open. I can't talk for the moment. that back. Bit more wavy out here. Oh, seagrass. It's alright, we're not going in there anyway. I mean, should we go around this Dangar Island? Maybe. Let's get this camera sorted. There we are. Sorry about that, phone. There you go. Oops. Yeah, I mean, we were examining some of those points that we've talked about before. Many times. But what were we on? We've only really talked about the first Beatitude. Or more the seventh, rather. And what that Beatitude is about is the relationship between above and below. Above and below, it's about vertical heredity. Like we said this at the start of the the start of the whole stream. Oh look, it looks like there's a bit of a storm blowing in. I did see that on the forecast. The next one is about being, I can't remember what the exact Beatitude is. Being persecuted for righteousness' sake, or is yeah. And this is about the relationship between the left and right. It's about the relationship between the human and the last one, which is also about righteousness, is the relationship with the below upward. Below upward. And so it's impossible to hate Christ if you actually know him. It's impossible to hate him. And I mean that as a cosmic fact, as if he enters your experience, he's the ground of your eye. So if you're some pagan who worships Woden and Christ turned up properly, it's impossible for you to hate him. The hate actually comes from the fallen hierarchies. They hate him because no one has ever seen the fallen hierarchies in hell in their own realm but Christ. And when he died, it wasn't just a mortal who died. The eclipse that occurs on Golgotha shows you the Logos himself was cut off from the Father. The Logos that's begotten from the Father, love, he's cut off from. He goes to hell. So we're talking about the divine breath of all angels. The divine breath of all life was at that moment cut off, and we were, in a sense, breathless, running off a battery, in a sense, while he's gone. The angels were breathless, waiting for his return. Literally, because he is divine breath. And he overcomes it. And so it's not just a mortal dying, it's God himself. Experiences what it is to die. And so what does this mean? It means the Logos who is also incarnate man. He's the Son of Man and the Son of God at the same time. But he knows everything, every hardship that you face because he's been man. But at the same time, he's the divine being who can be right there with you, grant you grace. And it's incredible that the divine being at the same time also incarnated as one of us, and he did. It's just the propaganda of modernity that unfortunately leads us to believe, it leads me to believe it's symbolic or something. No, it's a fact. A fact. But those results of science are true for their... Remember, there are 4 different planes though, right? We talked about the sphere of form, the unconscious, sphere of creation, then emanation. And so the material facts are only relevant for the material fact level of the unconscious, let's say. And so I'll call you guys getting a better look at this. This is Dangar Island, you can see to my right. But those facts do, when properly understood, the facts of science align with. It's just esotericism that helps us do that, actually. And that's the use of someone like Tom Berg and the more esoterically minded. They help us rectify the intellect with spirit and show that it's still the origin, that all these things, the 7 days of creation, still persist in the unconscious. And that doesn't mean subjective. That means the world has an unconscious. Unconscious just means unknown to you, unknown to us. Well, we do know them a little. We know archetypes, we understand these different things, depth psychology. The saints understand it, the tradition understands there's something that's unknown to us. But we have to remember that part of that unknown is also demons. They do have a spiritual force. It's just not the true spirit. It ultimately doesn't have essence. And so that is what we're desperate to do in this whole process. We mustn't forget that we're confronted by demons that are trying to stop us. And so there's great confusion. Antichrist is a huge problem. And what's more dangerous and dark? That which masquerades as Christianity, that it's actually surface. It's actually propelled by the spirit of the times. Or that which openly presents itself as pagan, so you know what it is. And so people ultimately will not be satisfied by the return to this folk paganism or heathenism. It won't provide them with the love or free them from the demons. It will only propel them to a certain time of their lives. When they pass the peak of their lives, they will start to think this will to power, this desire for more, this being part of a hierarchy and trying to be the top of it. I'm not feeling re-energized by this anymore. I'm dying. And it's only Christ who grants a more lush, more incredible second part of life. Father Lazarus, who's a Coptic Orthodox Christian, who again, we got a video we'll go back and watch today once we reach port again. Father Lazarus talks about, again, this is the father that lives on the holy Yeah, he has been to Athos, but he lives on. He lives in St. Anthony's Cave, close by. I forgot where I was going with that. Sorry, slipped my mind. I'll give you a little look of where we are, just so you can. It's quite pretty as we putter along. The second part of life. That's when the heathen will begin to be unsatisfied by what he's dealing with. Now, Father Lazarus is 80, and he's living his harsh ascetic life that people, basically even monks, say we don't do that anymore because that was from a certain time. It was so difficult. And even he has some comforts himself, like he eats cans of tuna and whatnot up there, but it's a very difficult life. But he's got more energy springing around at 80 on the side of this ice, this mountain, this Egyptian heat and Egyptian cold in the desert. Incredible. Full of life. And that's the life that Christ grants. And this guy's story is incredible. He was an Australian. At 40 years old, his mother died. He was a Marxist, a lecturer, a Marxist, a Freudian. And these are the worst types of ideology, right? The most surface understanding of the unconscious and the most surface understanding of the spiritual forces that motivate us with Marxism. Although one thing that Marx was right about was that the spirit is an epiphenomena. He's right. But it's the demons, it's the pagan spirit that's an epiphenomena of a will to power. It's untrue, right? So he's right about that, but it's not Christian. And so, what time have we got here? 20 minutes. And so ultimately that's what will happen after they're not gonna be the top of the hierarchy. Only one person can be the top of the hierarchy. They'll realize that they're being used by some spirit for its own ends, and they're being sucked from, like a vampire, by a distributed entity, an egregore, propped up by online community, and a desire to overcome, progressive agenda and the other stuff that's going on, right? But it's just another type of demon. But it's only Christ who can offer you the true death before you die. We must die before we die. And the second death won't hurt because we've already died. It's true. I can tell you. You can experience him as a fact of experience. You can be guided by providential will. You can have faith, hope, and love, the divine version, not the modern understanding of those words. This is quite pretty, this bridge. You can see it coming on the... but it won't. And that is such an important reminder. The saints all remind us, and be reminded of. Oh yeah, sorry. The story of Father Lazarus is his mother died, and he was just heartbroken when he was 40. And it got, like I said, he was a Marxist, and so his wife. He was married and done all the things you're supposed to do. But yeah, he just couldn't get over this death of his mother, and he asked his mother was a Catholic and his father was a Protestant, and he asked this a year later after she died. He was sleeping in the ward for 10 days while she was dying, and he asked her, the matrons, there was a Catholic nun thing, if he could go to the room that she was in, and they said, oh, I don't know, I'll have to come get you, just go wait in this library. And he waited in this library, and he actually took a book off the shelf, which was a Catholic monastic, and basically had the same life as him, was a professor. And he thought, well, look, if it worked for this guy, and he was a professor in the world, like me, and then maybe I should try it. And so he rang up 2 monasteries, and one of them, the Catholic monastery, asked him if he was who his spiritual father was, and then when he said he didn't have one, because he said, can I come and be a monastic? And then they hung up on him at the Catholic one, and so he called the Serbian one, an Orthodox one. And obviously the Logos was a bit closer with this one, because he said the same thing, and he just said, come and see, come and see. And so he went there, and he just stayed, and he wasn't even Orthodox. And so eventually they obviously baptized him, but he was there for 2 years, and he hadn't even read the Bible. And there was a special icon there to St. Mary, who in Orthodoxy, of course, we know she's the most important after Christ. Very special. You must pray to her as well. We venerate her, but we don't worship her. We venerate her. And so, but she has a very important role to play to help you, certain people anyway. But for him, he saw the other monks bowing down at this special icon of Mary, and he did. And this is a Marxist. And, you know, he burst and tears came, and he found it very hard to ever bow down at all, right? Because an Australian, which is actually a really indictment of modern, it's an indictment of modern, like, it's the most unhierarchical place, and people think that's a good thing. But no, an authentic hierarchy that Orthodoxy shows is a good thing. To right? We won't even lower ourselves to someone who's like a king. And people wear that as a badge of pride. It's not really. Divine things should be bowed to because the ultimate divine loves us. And has loved us our whole lives. It's only tried to help us. It's our own fallen nature that has kept us separate from them and not been able to see them. Even though seeing them is still a mystery. And so when he bowed down at this icon a second time, which he found even harder. I mean, I remember when I first did, it's something that's quite awkward for an Australian, but it's something utterly essential to overcome. And this country's full of that. It's Luciferian ego, satanic. Modern Western society is totally satanic. And so he bowed a second time. And he was in utter heartbreak, right? Just wanted a mother. And Mary, as an apparition, came out of the icon. And well, he actually said behind him, he heard a voice say, I will be your mother. I will be your mother. He looked around, there was no one there. And then he looked back to the icon and she came out of the icon. This holy icon, very special icon in Melbourne. And so utterly incredible. And that began his journey. I'm not going to talk his whole story, but that's 100% legitimate. These things that happened to him. This blessed monk who is utterly honored St. Anthony, the father of monks in the desert, doing a liturgy there every night for the past, I don't know, since the 90s, for the past 30 years. Incredible. And that's, you're missing out on that. This incredible holiness of the saints, of the liturgy, of the artifacts. Even if you were to study it, you would still be granted its holiness, right? Like, even if you're not Orthodox, you should still take it as the most sacred text outside of the Bible, and sacred people to listen to. It's all there to truly help you. We need desperate help in these times to be able to understand. Because what we've been transformed into. Okay, we're heading back now, friends. It's been a good ride. There you go. Bit difficult when it's not clamped in. I guess you can't really see that well out that window anyway, right? All right. We're almost back anyway, I guess it doesn't really matter, but it's a bit messed up there, it keeps falling down. I think it'll stay now. There. Whoa, a bit rough, slow down a bit. Friends, we're back and then we'll get there. We're going to do the segment. We'll find somewhere quiet to sit and Don't even exactly remember where it was. It's here somewhere. Oh yeah, I think it's in here somewhere. Sorry everyone, we'll be back to it once we get settled. We'll head back over to a decent area and we can sit down, have a proper chat, and hop in the Discord if you're there. And I've got a few videos that we're going to look through together. But for now, just give me a moment. I know it's been a bit broken up today because of the boating and everything. I didn't know how that was going to go, but it was fun for me. I hope that we did get to speak for decent portions, for little parts, about half an hour at a time. So I think that was pretty good to get some content in there. And the view's not great. I mean, you could be somewhere mounted up or whatever, but it's not bad for a first attempt. We'll do it again, better setup in future. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I think it might be this one. I don't know. This one here, maybe. Can't tell. No idea where we came out of. Oh, maybe it's that one. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there were boats behind it though, so it's probably this one a bit further on. Looks like a pretty nice place to live. Can you see maybe you can see some of the houses on the cliffs. We might be in the wrong lane here, I don't know. Oh yeah, it might be that one then. Yeah. Through here. Maybe. Oh yeah, I think this might be it. Yeah, I remember that purple house. Maybe. Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah. Okay. Nice. All right. First parking job, friends. Here we go. Is it here? Just here? All right. I just don't want to mess up that boat. All right, aim straight for you. All right. Oops. Does it just idle forward a bit without having to leave it out of neutral, or is it not going at all? No, it doesn't go at all, does it? If I'd done nothing, it would have been fine. It's going to hit that. Good, sweet. All right, cool.
Swing it back down a little bit. Steer that way.
This way,
yeah.
And then just give it a little bit of gas.
Swing it around a bit. Just put it in neutral now.
All right. Just use this other boat to pull myself in. Cool. Thanks, man. Where is it? Yeah, it was good, man. It was really good. Yeah. Oh.
I'll jump out. I'll refund your bond straight into your account. You'll see your head on.
Thanks, dude. Right. Can I leave this here or I'll take it? Yeah. There you go. Yeah, sure. All right.
I'm going to take care. See you next time.
Yep. All right, friends. That's that. Let's go find somewhere to sit down. We'll walk and talk first, and then maybe get some. If that fish and chip joint is still open, I might get some fish and chips. All right. There's that. That. A bit of a drink. It's pretty intense. You got to see my first solo boat ride though. Did all right. I was able to speak for some of it at least. Good, good. We'll do some more of those. All right. All right. We have returned. We have survived. We have survived. Let's get out of here. Let's get me. Okay. Now we go back to what we're used to. Okay. Cheers, buddy. See you later. Thanks, man. I'll see you later. All right. There we have it. We've explored there some of the, I don't know how much of it was audible over the engine, but we were up to the eighth and ninth Beatitudes. And so what we were saying before we stopped there, that it's the demons that truly hate Christ because he confronted them in their realm. And no one has done that. Because he planted a seed in every dead thing, that there's always a way back if you turn back to the Father. And that's why he's hated. The demons hate him and they hate us. His seed that he planted, even in the most hell, heathen, possessed, will to power, pagan, or modern type, which is just pagan. Even in the most will to power person, his seed is in them because he's the new Adam, he's the archetype. You can think about it like that. But I don't mean it in any undivine way. I mean, he is who we are to become. He's our star, the true perfect man and God at the same time. The Son of Man and the Son of God at the same time. He's established the way out for everyone. Thank God. So even the darkness of when you're unconscious, we talked about functional structure earlier, even in the darkest warpings of the likeness of God, that we warp into the unlikeness, which means the empirical self, right? The self we're familiar with. Even in the darkest pit of sin, that God image doesn't go, can be burned, but it can't be. And by burning we mean, we need a lot of. St. Mary will have to help us a lot if we've burned Christ a lot, right? We need people interceding for us. Especially if we've done something truly horrible. We've got a lot to, it probably would still be possible in a lifetime, but you'd need the intercession of the mother. Because all those people have wounded their own guardian angel. They've wounded. Because that angel that everyone has deeply wants to, its only objective is to guard you, among other things. But it's tried to hint to you in your whole life. So all these heathens, these online heathens, right? God, it's such a shame. Pray for them because their guardian angel has tried to hint to them what not to do. And look, explore, look into them, and they'll never talk about a true depth phenomenology. They won't tell you what it feels like. Okay, if you're in communion with the divine, tell us how it works. There is none, right? Numinous. Yeah, you can get numinous from, you know, they do have spiritual experience, right? But it's the false Holy Spirit. And the kind of experience is definitely woolly. We have a whole tradition of, and there is only one religion, right? But saint after saint after saint after saint is describing the same clear spiritual phenomena. Sometimes they don't want to give away, like sometimes in the Philokalia they'll say, he who knows, knows. He who has ears to hear and eyes to see will know. And that's right, because from the experience, I've experienced certain things that I know what they're talking about, but if you hadn't gone through that, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't, you'd think, oh, what does that line mean? What do they mean by that? Some of the monks of the Philokalia do say that. Because there is a certain degree of not throwing pearl before swine. Because people can also fake it, they can just pretend. So, but at the same time, we're kind of, Valentin Tomberg says this too, is that we're damned if we do, in a sense, damned if we don't. It's that, if I say nothing, then our future friends won't know how, but if I say something, then our enemies will know. Now, it doesn't matter in terms of a Christian sense. It matters if someone tries to do the same thing as if because they'll just end up hurting themselves, really, ultimately, if they try to do it without Christ. There is no doing it without Christ. You will be granted a spiritual experience, but of course, it's not the intimate, deep. It's described, we see people describe their type of spiritual experience. It's demons or a Luciferic spirituality that we've described before and shown why it's different and how it's different. It's to do with the serpent fleeing upward, denying the first mission in here. And so people who seek that actually are more they think, you can either lean into the world or lean out of it. Christ does neither. Christ is sanctify and save the world by the true divine, this new, from the eternal, the new cosmos of love, not simply a dead wisdom, not simply the dead laws of nature, which the laws of nature at their ground are spiritual beings. And so these things can actually be changed, not by us, of course, but they will evolve over time, develop into the cosmos of love. And so that's very much the journey that the Beatitudes end up on, the last three, is that you become a son of God. It's a condition, vertical heredity. Then you're attacked by it, you're vilified for it. But the more you're vilified, the greater is, because your mission is to spread it and to help other people, right? And then you get attacked for that. You get attacked for that. But you have to do it. So the more that you're, for righteousness' sake, for the truth, for the new cosmos of love, the more you're attacked for that, the more you will see the kingdom of heaven. The more you will have rewards. And that means to experience heaven as a fact of experience, as the saints talk about. The whole tradition talks about. It's the whole point, theosis. And then when you understand that you have a mission here and to help others and to kind of sanctify this cosmos of wisdom, to participate in it becoming the cosmos of love. That's because the Lord requires it, right? It's not like it's anything he can't do. That's the whole point. And it turns out that we're incredibly important in the cosmos, as the saints also talk about. It's not pale blue dot, that's all a bullshit demon lie. Yeah, there's the universe out there, but I haven't contemplated this. I haven't asked the Lord about this. But Father Lazarus talked about each star being the dead, right? And that's an intuition I've had. That there's a connection between the star in terms of an ideal. Like Rudolf Steiner would say they're a physical expression of a being that's in the eternal. And so the dead is appropriate for that, because that's what the eternal is. It's living, but there's no movement. It's the future to be potentialized, right? So I think he's probably right about that, but I haven't. Not something I've contemplated yet, so don't hold me to it. But yeah, that stuff out there is just a physical expression. So going out there like Elon Musk, the true going out there is in the spirit. That's the true edge of the unknown. Out there, it's just a false map of the physical. And it's just an expression of something that's deeper in the unconscious, right? The true edge of the unknown, the true explorer is he who, not with some Eastern thing or some LSD, whatever, that just gives you false demons that are from the sphere of form or the sphere of creation, right? They're false. Yeah, you're messing with, there are the hierarchies are there, but at the same time, you're dealing with demons. They'll just pretend to be. You don't know what could. You have to be purified before you do anything. And it can't be that cheating way. Remember what the Lord said. Those that come in by a different way, thieves and robbers. So, don't do that. But the true unknown, the true frontier is to go with Christ. And because all these stars out there, if you physically go out there with a rocket, whatever, you're still only on the surface. You're only on the horizontal. There's a whole depth to that whole space. It doesn't matter how far you go, you think that's the power or whatever. No. On the vertical, into the depths, is far harder and is the point of life. It's really his own lust, his own desire. It's like a Faustian desire. It's a misplaced desire for God, for the true frontier. And it turns into transhumanism. And that whole Skittles people, right? People changing what they identify as, that is transhumanism. The Nietzscheans have to own that too. The will to power is fully tied up with that. It's trying to rewrite your biology and rewrite your will, though it's just a provoking of some demon that you want to be what a demon has provoked you to be. So it's a false freedom in slavery, but it's truly Faustian, right? It's like a magic trying to transform through our magic technology. The Sorcerer's Apprentice shows this, right? It's the technology, the surgeries, Faustian. So anyone who's proud of the Faustian, let's max out, looks out, yeah. You're participating in the same juvenile lust as that whole Skittles people movement. That's all transhumanism. You're them, they are you. Even if you're right wing, they're you, you're them. You have to own them. The alternative and the true way is theosis. It's to divinize, but from the eternal, clean, not provoked, but a providential life that God has always wanted you to have if you could just find the silence for long enough to listen to him. If you could just get quiet enough to hear his voice. If you could just stop sinning so the Ungaloi weren't kept away from you. So if you could purify yourself just enough so you could actually discern the difference and not be fooled by, by demons, then he'll keep his promises, of course. He'll provide for you. It won't be the way of pure comfort, but he's not going, he'll give you enough that you need. And it's not going to be savage, because life isn't that savage unless you really seek that. But his divine will for you. You can't use him for some material gain, because that's using him to worship another god, like I said. I'm going to ask God what to put money on at the casino, in a sense, right? Should I make this investment? And I get it, I've done that. Like in a similar way, in terms of you unbeknownst ask the wrong things because you have a kind of mixed will a bit deeper down that you need certain things, right? And you get a bit mixed up, thinking, well, I do need things provided for, Lord, but no, you go. So there is just a bit of learning and having that go. But like the saints say, he teaches by withdrawing his grace. And then you quickly get the point, but it's such a wonderful thing to be granted, though, humility. It's such a wonderful thing because the more humble you are, the more you see him, the more he grants you to be able to experience him directly as a fact of experience. And so the more you are nothing, the more he's in you. And how wonderful to experience, as a fact of experience, his loving heart and feel that divine love. It's different to some eros one might be familiar with. It's divine. And that divine peace, freed from the demons. Of course they come back, right? We do our practice in the morning, but we keep returning to the peace of the heart. We keep returning to the peace of the heart. Before you do anything, first find the peace of the heart, which is him. And you can only find it with him. You can only find it with him. Might as well walk into this little forest. See what's here. Oh, tripped. Oh wait, it looks like we can't walk through. I was hoping we could. And it just goes out to the mangrove. I guess we'll have a look and we'll keep going. Oh no, it does. It might cross the bridge. Here we are. Wonderful. Before you do anything, first find the peace of the heart, or his heart. Really? And here we are. Unplanned, but let's have a little look. Mangroves. Just a memorial, someone that died, local. Bless them and purify them. Lord, help them find repose in you. Yeah. Here we are. Let's keep going. Amen. Amen. Okay. I'm just going to pray for a while and we'll get back to it. We actually didn't get to read our book today. Maybe we'll do that when we sit down for a bit, when I get something to eat. And so maybe you might want to join me, friends, just as we always say. Just put your attention on the breathing, whatever you can feel around the diaphragm area, whether it's surface skin for the moment, where the breathing is initiated from, the muscle that does the breathing, right? Don't control it at all. It's just let its speed determine the Jesus prayer in your mind. Lord Jesus Christ, in, Son of God, out, have mercy upon me, a sinner. And the speed of those da-da-da, 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 da-da-da is determined by the automatic breathing. So that's what I'm going to do for a bit. You know, it's funny, that young gentleman who was, you know, nice young fellow, but I was just thinking then that lust for, to have subscribers for a channel, that's the same thing. That is the will to power. And so the Lord might lead people in a way that is the opposite of popularity. Think about this content. You think we couldn't be making news content and having way, you know, we've got a certain amount of subscribers, but way higher numbers. It doesn't matter though, because that's not what the Lord wants. the most important thing is union with Him. And that will go against the will to power, the desire for like social media attention. You know? And it's definitely something that I have had to let go of as well, right? Because it is, you think it's a normal desire in modernity to do that. And that's difficult. Because people want to earn money from it, right? The more you have, the more likely to earn money from it, whatever. And that's the whole fight against destiny, this push from the past. And that's what the saints call avarice. It's another social media followers and audience, another form of vainglory or another god. It's a false god of existence that's going to provide for you, because it always traces back to your comforts and material needs and your lust for reputation or reproductive fulfillment. And so these are surface desires, right? If in their proper place, when they're under God, when He is motivating everything you do and you can actually discern what His divine will is, then it's okay to have to deal with these things. At the same time, though, you can't sin. But it has its proper place, like reproductive. It's not only about, it's about union with wife. And so that has to be the chief motive. It's not just reproduction, although the saints talk about the reproduction element of it, but it's union too. So you can fastly without being a virgin, and I mean a virgin, it doesn't matter if you've had sex before, you have to become a virgin in the sense of be purified. Your will has to be purified. So when you do things, it has to be governed by self-control and all these things. But luckily, they're virtues that are granted to us. It's not just this top-down transformation that has to occur, that Christ actually grants the virtue. But yeah, it's just, there's so many counterintuitive, calculative things in modernity that seem normal, that we can be Christian and be lusting after numbers and not recognizing that we're out worshipping a false god, right? That's how easy it is. That's why ancient Christianity is so important. That's why it's so important to get out of the modern mindset, because so much of what's assumed is actually evil. This normal life that seems wholesome is, so much of it is the trick. And St. Maximus talks about this too. He talks about how the devil will misuse, and we don't live in a Christian society. We don't live in a even Russia is infected with the same thing, but there are some cultures that are Christian, but we certainly don't here. So like I said, you have to isolate yourself in plain sight to a certain degree, but you also do have to be a member of a community to be positively championed and have Christ's impulses help you from other gentlemen. That's why you're watching here, right? It's part of it. But we have to, that's what the liturgy's for. But at the same time, we need this time. It's so easy. That's why we have to read the saints. That's why the Philokalia has to be read. It's not obvious from Bible study. It's not obvious, the devil's. But as St. Paul did say, if we take the tradition into account, we're not unaware of the things the devil does. And you must continue. You can't just only rely on him in the Bible. There's a whole tradition of saints that have been watching the evil one and tracking, understanding better what he does and how to ascend to virtue. Just give you a little look at the train track.
Thinking, yeah.
There's a pub here. I'm not going in. I'm going to get some fish and chips, if it's still open. But it's not bad. The Angler's Rest, it's called. It's the locals' pub. That's what it looks like from a distance. Anyway, I'm still praying. Almost there. Though this looks like it might be closed. That would suck. That would be not a big deal though. Ah, yeah, it is. Bugger. There is another see-through joint just up here. Maybe that's open. closed too, maybe. Yeah. No, maybe it's not. That's private function, some kind. All right, let's get ourselves a drink and then sit down. Okay. What do we have here? Hey man, how you going? Can I get that curry pie and bacon cheese pie as well? Yeah. And sauces.
The beef curry or the chicken curry?
Oh, I'll get a beef curry, yeah.
And what was the other one?
Just the bacon and cheese, yeah. And just sauces to go with it.
Yeah, so it's beef cheese and bacon pie, beef curry pie,
Yeah.
and a couple of sauces, tomato or barbecue?
Tomato, please.
Yeah. Both tomato?
Yeah, thanks. Cheers. Great.
Sorry, just okay.
So,
That's it.
thanks, man. All right, we'll walk up further. There's seating further on. Yeah, sorry, I'll check the chats soon. It already feels like it's been a long day. It hasn't been that long. I mean, I've been here since, what, 12? Oh, 11:30 I've been here. But we only got started at, what, it was at 1. So we'll go to like 6:30. We'll see. I want to look at these 2 videos, and then once I've recharged a bit after eating this, might do a bit of the reading once we sit down. There's some good chairs up here. Yeah, sorry for the gaps of speaking. That has been an interesting one. I did need to test this at some point to see. You just have to figure it out. This whole thing, this whole channel, this whole IRL streaming, the technology. If you go back to the first ones, there's a lot of breakup, lots of issues trying to figure out how to do this. And I come from broadcast, I come from the film industry. So just figuring out what the technology is. Because it's a very small community of live streamers who actually make this camera work with what's called the Bella box. I mean, these are just technical, silly technical things, but yeah. A boat, for instance, well, we're going to need some sort of clamp to get it and higher up to get a better view, right? So it's good to know. We've tested it now. But you know, I might do it again in 2 months or something. These tables might be taken as well. I guess we'll find out. Look, this is where we were with the boat before. We drove the boat up here. We went around that island. Man, it's so different seeing it from this angle. It's so much more chaotic under the power of a vehicle, but in the ocean, because it's slipping and sliding, going different directions. There's the ferry too going past. That goes to that island over there. And there's a train tunnel over there too, you can see. We've been here before, been there like 3 times. Ah, yeah, it looks like these are people using them. I think there are ones further along, but it is the favourite thing of certain groups to camp out on the public tables just all day. And that's their day out. Go to a park and they get there early in the morning, make sure no one else can. That's just something I've noticed. Oh wait, maybe we'll be alright. There's a table free over here. Maybe further down we can also find one. There's a pink-haired dude there with the things that we talk about. I don't think the pink hair is going to be particularly conducive to talking about the Jays. Not that we do much of that. But yeah. I'm going to take it anyway. As we go over there. Yeah, let's just go to this table.
What I've seen today. And the amount you've spoken about some brain. What is the ratios?
Here we are, friends. You remember this? From when we were rained on that time. It's already warmed up a bit. Alright. I'll check the chats now. Glenn Wellen says, cool fun hooning around, exploring. It was. I hope the angles aren't too, I don't know, didn't really see that much from it, but what do you do? It's not like a multi-camera broadcast or something. But I thought it looked alright. We got to talk about certain things. But if you want me to discuss any videos now, we're going to open up the laptop and try to do this segment after I've eaten. Content. Famished, haven't eaten at all, so that's good. Yes, there were two videos. There's one we're going to look at by Bear Grylls. Maybe I can turn the other mic on, I think that goes. So I can get multi. Bear Grylls recently wrote a book about. He wrote a book about the Bible, and I just wanted to play this thing to you guys and see what you thought about it. I'll just turn this mic on so you can hear the sound from it too, and we'll just see if that's working. Is that the second mic coming up, or no, it isn't? But let me. I might not be able to do it, actually. Shit. Well, I'll just have to hold this thing. Let me just turn this off. Gosh. Finicky. I'll just have to hold this one. I want to say something. But I'll put this up to the speaker and then I'll put it back. Whatever. I want to say something. Oh, wait, how's this going to work? I used to do it with a little mirror, but I didn't bring the mirror. Let's go. Damn, I should have brought it down. Alright, so... Wow, like harrowed. Let's see. This is gonna work. Maybe we can just. No. I have to do this at some point. I have to make this work. Otherwise, we'll just do the reading from the book. How many people are on at the moment? Glenn Wellen says perfect day to go boating. Last sun. Yeah, it was good. It was good, although it had a cover, so it wouldn't have been that bad anyway. I keep doing this. I keep saying this segment's coming up, and then we abandon it because it's too annoying to have to set the computer up with the camera looking at it. Alright, let's just read that book for a bit. Or maybe I can just see. We can do it like this. Turn zoom on. Yes, that'll work. Lovely. Alright. There you can see. Here's the Discord. But what I wanted to talk about was this Bear Grylls video. Now look at the tree. Like, he's written a book, a kind of modernization of the Bible, right? That's. I wanted to talk about. He's written I don't know if you can hear any of that, but or you heard any of that, but he's written a modernization of the Bible, and Bear Grylls has, right? And I just wanted to look at the treatment of it, the treatment of this content. It speaks to the spirit of the times we've been talking about today, and if it's helpful, or is that something the Lord wants providentially, right, as it is divine will for people to treat the subject as a surface cultural matter, like you see in these like a Hillsong technical amplifier, like The Chosen. Even Mel Gibson, I would say, is idolatry, and I'll explain why. But let's just look at this for now. Mind you, the title, right? It's Jesus, Refugee Renegade Redeemer.
Point on the planet. I'm now here at the Dead Sea, at the lowest point in the entire world. Get ready for the ultimate adventure. I'm in Israel, following the footsteps of a man who changed the entire world forever. The refugee, the renegade, and the redeemer, Jesus of Nazareth.
You can kind of see where this is going, but he just called him a man, for instance, right? Yes, son of man, the perfect man, but also the son of God at the same time. Just saying.
In a part of the world that I've always wanted to do, to go back and actually walk in the footsteps of where this incredible figure of Jesus actually lived, actually breathed, actually walked, and did all of those amazing things.
Major religion
Okay, I see.
predictions about becoming Messiah. And yet the early years of Jesus were surprisingly quiet. And then all of a sudden, he shows up in a big way on the banks of a famous river in Israel. And that's where I'm headed now, to the Jordan River, where Jesus' mission on earth really begins. A connection with you.
What a baptism we'll go through. And people can take it wherever.
Baptize him in the name of the Father, the Son, and the...
There's something very powerful about that sense of water. You know, just before you go in, you're hot, you're dusty, you're covered in all the grime of the desert and life and the road. But when you go in, it's cool and it's refreshing, and you come out and you shake all of that off.
I think that's a good place to end what he's saying. But that's a whole series on that, right? And so the question that comes from this is, like, do you go into, do you change the treatment of what needs to be earned anyway, and convert what is spiritually essential to a spirit of the times? Or does that just do damage? I think it does damage. It's Antichrist. So people think they're doing a good thing, but it's not God's will, because it traps people in an idol rather than being an icon for going deeper. People make this argument that cultural Christianity is a good thing. But you're better off, I think, allowing the hell to get worse rather than have a lukewarm idol being in the way of the deeper, ancient Christianity and theosis, right? That requires, you need something more raw and real. Even the musical treatment, the graphics. I think what we're learning, I think even Pajot has helped some people to see that, but even him, like making a comic book out of certain things, I think the Passion of the Christ also, these things are in the Chosen, the series, these things are, icons are good. They're symbolic already. No one thinks that's what. No one, even unconsciously, is replacing Christ with that icon, because it's known to be symbolic, right? It's something to open up. It's a place of identification. It's a place to display your kisses and your love. But you're feeling it internally. You're feeling it essentially when there's interaction from Christ and the saints, when you're venerating icons, right? It's not the icon itself. But then when you have this movie, you have this human putting himself in the way of a divine being, and his performance, it gets stuck in there imagistically and in the way, because it's not symbolic. The surface senses are not symbolic. So if you show a film that shows a face, and you're closing down like an idol on what a certain scene looks like, and they're stuck, and you're stuck then with that when you're trying to contemplate the Passion. You want something that's not that specific. For me, I contemplate the Passion, right? I don't try to make it specific and exact what I picture. It's just enough, like symbolic, to establish the connection of what I to him who I love, right? And it's certainly led to many fruits from him after I've done contemplation without concentration without effort in prayer, which becomes contemplation, by the way, over the hour, or even straight away after you've been doing it for a long time. But yeah, so I think we shouldn't meet people where they are. We should call them, saying where they are, because people are recognizing now that there's a yearning of soul that's not satisfied by, and you can hear this, right? I hope you can hear this. Hello, 1, 2, there's a yearning of soul. Yeah, good, okay. There's a yearning of soul that's not satisfied by, there's a yearning of soul that's not satisfied by the graphics, the filmic. People need to be called to withdraw from, not be met where they are and entertained where they are with some biblical movie. So both Mel Gibson's movies, as people think it's some conversion tool. No, I think Christ gets people, doesn't really get, he gets you when things go bad, right? And things are going bad. Things are going very bad. And this stuff actually gets in the way and keeps you lukewarm for longer. That's what it does. And so you think this is the solution, and you get stuck in a lukewarm band show, singing hymns with a trying to be like MTV, and it just keeps you lukewarm. You have to go to dissolve everything and abandon it. And there's enough content now where we don't need it. We don't need to meet people where they are. Look at the whole ortho-bro movement, right? It has its drawbacks, but it didn't meet people where they were. It does with memes, but that's where you should look to get people, not... Now we can just look at this, we're just walking around talking. But that's enough to get things started. And so, I don't know if you had anything to comment, send it in the chat or jump into the Discord, and you can... doesn't look like there's anyone online at the moment, or they would have probably jumped in already, but if you are, feel free to jump in and we can talk about it, or else I'll go on to... Oh, there was one more video. I just wanted to show that one. And maybe we can look at... it goes for a long time though. This is...
It's something very sensitive to people, and people want to become, and when they become, they want to become. And as if they are running after a shadow, and this illusion is kept this.
Okay. I'll just post this in the Discord, but I can't really watch it now. Maybe if I had another mic, I could. Or, well, I guess we could. What time is it? 5. It's almost 6. Well, we watched one video. This is actually the video we were talking about earlier when we were saying, this is Father Lazarus. He lives in the desert. He's a monk that lives the life like St. Anthony, the first of monastics. What he was talking about, though, was how you have to, even with the liturgy, of course, is the body and blood of Christ. He's 100% saying that. But to truly have communion, you have to withdraw from the communitarian aspect, right? You have to get out of it, because the spirit of the times is always there. But you also have to have the community aspect too, but I think I did talk about that earlier today, but he was just saying that it can't happen in its full scope, theosis, unless you withdraw, unless you have a time of withdrawal. He was saying that it has to be either or, but no, I don't think that's true. You can be a monastic in plain sight in modernity. Like, you can, believe me, the Lord has taken me far enough where you can do the same thing. and you can be granted contemplation, you can be granted the communion if you do this hour practice. But you do have to withdraw from a lot of things, right? Anything that would stand in the way of doing this practice anyway, anything that would stand in the way of pure authentic Christianity, back away from. You don't have to like cut it off completely, but well, you do need to stop hanging around those types of people, but don't like with your family, don't do anything, but just like you need to offer the time to Christ, right? Anyway, let's read a bit of a Steiner book before we go off. And so where were we last? We were... I thought we were up to the third contemplation. What is that? Oh, why don't we read this? This part of Steiner's guidelines is called Christmas Contemplation, the Logos Mystery. So the mystery of Golgotha streams into the contemplation of the Michael mystery because of the fact that Michael is the force which leads man to Christ in a wholesome way. But the Michael mission is one which repeats itself rhythmically in cosmic human evolution. It was, or as we call it, the development of man is simply the prodigal son returning to the Father. That is the evolution. It's all about theosis. It's about how do we help reality return to the Father and transform into the cosmos of love again. It's about reversing the fall, in a sense. And Christ does it through us. So anyway. But the Michael mission is one that repeats itself rhythmically in cosmic human evolution. It was repeatedly present in its beneficent effect on humanity before the mystery of Golgotha. It was related to all the revelations that the still supra-earthly Christ forces were doing for man's evolution. After the mystery of Golgotha, it became subservient to the development of earthly humanity through Christ. Naturally, new heaven and new earth. It entered into a... someone's got a little boat car on there. Oh, I wonder if that's authentically a boat car. That is authentically a car boat, I think. I wonder if the wheels work on that. Is that an authentic car boat? I think it is. It may be. Some little kids like this, little Mr. Beast video. It wouldn't be a very smooth ride, I wouldn't think. Can you see it from where you are? You should be able to see it. I guess it would be over there. Ah, yeah, it's so far in the distance. Who cares? It's a trivial, juvenile thing. Just turn on YouTube. Modernity's full of it. Okay. Live and let die. Reminds me of those Bond movies. In contrast, the mystery of Golgotha, it entered into a variegated, I don't know that word, variegated and progressive form in its repetitions, but just that, repetitions. Translator could probably have picked a better word. I mean, if I don't know it, not that I'm that. Yeah, I know a few words. In contrast, the mystery of Golgotha is an all-embracing cosmic event. Well, it's the event of all of reality, which occurred only once that's what he's saying, during the course of cosmic human evolution or development. And will only, it'll never happen again, there'll never be another incarnation. That's it. It's the middle of time. As humanity advanced as far as the development of its comprehension of of its feeling soul. Of its intellectual soul. Comprehension soul, it says? Yeah. Its feeling soul, or what he calls the sentient soul. The ever-present potentially primeval danger of the separation of humanity from divine spirituality fully exerted itself. And he's basically exploring this point of modernity again, where we've been so separated off. But now we see again like a luciferic rise of false spirituality that promises and delivers but things can get worse, right? You can be provoked and experience spiritual beings, but they're demons that enslave you. And we see that, don't we, with meme culture? We see that with fads and movements, the Skittles people. And in the same degree in which the human soul lost its experiencing of the divine spiritual beings, it became immersed in what it today called nature. Man no longer saw the essence of humanity in the divine spiritual cosmos. He saw the works of divine spirituality in the earthly domain. You little bastards, don't you? What are you little guys doing? Get out of it. There's no food here for you. They're bold. You're bold, but you are bold. Okay. Sorry, everyone. Called nature. We're now immersed in nature. We don't experience divine spiritual being. So man no longer saw the essence of humanity in the divine spiritual cosmos. He saw the works of divine spirituality in the earthly domain. So you just see the surface phenomena. We see the surface phenomena. It's split off completely from the spirit. But if you go back a bit further, they weren't. They did experience more of what can be unlocked in theosis, in initiation. Although now it comes more in Greek, and we've talked about this millions of times. In Greek times, the spirit, there was a spiritual experience of the material matter with the material matter. They could see the concepts. They could see what is now unconscious to us. That being said, you're not. Well, no, you do actually, because the demons are part of that. So, what is inward does, to a degree, become. Yeah, well, as the saints say, eventually you can contemplate the essence of created things. And even before you can contemplate it and see it, you can contemplate it and simply feel it, because it's him, it's the Logos, right? But that's a long time. So it takes a long time to, and some people are unable to. But it's possible for everyone, believe me. And so anyway, if Steiner got there, then... Anyway. The point is theosis anyway, it's union with God. That's the main thing. But that is something that becomes possible later, to see the things of the world essentially. Like I talk about the comprehensive vision we talk about, which I've experienced the beginnings of. He saw it as a divine spiritual nature. Oh wait, I missed a bit. At first he did not see it in the abstract form in which it is seen today, which is what I was describing, right? As physical sense, being, and events, which are condensed into the abstract ideas called natural law. He saw it as a divine spiritual nature. This divine spiritual nature billowed into everything he saw, in the emerging and dying out of animals, in the growth and sprouting of the plant world, in the flow of springs and rivers, in the formation of wind and clouds. He considered all this to be the gestures, or you could say like the symbols and symptoms, actually. The gestures, deeds, and speech of the godly being, which is the foundation of nature. Just as the positions and movements of the stars were once seen by man as the deeds and gestures of the universal divinity, whose words could be read in them, now the facts of nature were seen to be an expression of the earth goddess. With the active goddess in nature was considered to be feminine. Vestiges of this way of thinking as imaginative content of the comprehension or feeling soul were active in the human being well into the Middle Ages. Knowledgeable people spoke of the deeds of the goddess, quote unquote, when they wanted to conceptualize natural events, only with the gradual emergence of the consciousness soul, which is this like modern, separate from the world, hyper-intellectual being that we're in now, did this living, soul-filled consideration of nature become incomprehensible. And that had to happen, and the way in which this was seen in the comprehension or healing soul is reminiscent of the Persephone myth with the mystery that is at its foundation. Demeter's daughter, Persephone, is forced by the god of the underworld to follow him into his kingdom. It turns out that she must spend only half of the time in the underworld and the other half in the other world. This myth expresses with great force how once in the remote past the evolution of the world was revealed through dreamlike clairvoyance, and what I'll add to that, unpurified and demon-filled, of course. Mixed, muddied waters, right? Truth with untruth. In primeval times, creative activity originated in the Earth's surroundings. So they weren't unconscious yet; they'd gone unconscious. But that doesn't mean they weren't. That doesn't mean they don't or didn't need to be purified, right? So when he's talking about Middle Ages, they still would need to go through theosis. So the Earth itself was still in the process of becoming. It formed its being in cosmic evolution from the activities of its surroundings. The divine spiritual beings of the cosmos crafted its being when the Earth was sufficiently developed to be an independent cosmic body. Divine spirituality came down to it from the cosmos and became earthly divinity. The dreamlike, he means imaginistic, right? Mary is connected to this actually, is that, because she is the holy soul, right? In terms of the state, because the soul is the reflection. So if you have the holy soul, you have pure faith, hope and love granted by Christ. And that in a sense is her, because she is, like Sophia is, the reflection rejoicing in his created world. And a legitimate twofoldness is a conscious, purified human being. Consciousness, a purified human soul, virginal, full of faith, hope and love, in contact and communion with divine wisdom and revelation. And that the receptive part of it is Mary Sophia. So you in a sense become Mary Sophia by letting it be according to his word and will in you, and that grants you faith, hope and love. So let me just finish this. But what is also remained was how humanity sought knowledge of nature until well into the Middle Ages. For one did not yet seek it by the means of sense impressions, as it was later the case, that is, according to what appears on the earth's surface, like we do now, right? We abstract and deduce from what we see on the surface, rather than being granted an acquisition of material, essential knowing of the essence of things and essential being. And that's what's possible through theosis, contemplation of the essence of things. You actually have the acquisition or touch of the true things themselves. We're granted that faculty by God. But now we don't do that. We just deduce from a surface interaction of how things interact. And then we deduce laws about them, rather than fundamentally the laws of nature at their ground, like I said, at their essence, are spiritual beings. But that's if you kept investigating particle physics deeper and deeper, then they'll eventually figure that out. It goes to will and then into spirit. But anyway. And so let me continue here. For one did not yet seek it by the means of sense impressions, like I said, that is, according to what appears on the earth's surface, but according to the forces that work up from the depths of the earth. And these forces of the depths, the forces of the underworld, were observed in conjunction with the effect of the stars and elements of Earth's surroundings. And so the Greeks, when they're looking at things, and the philosophers too, Plato, they're examining something else that's coming along with the experience. have something else that we have no contact with now because of how consciousness has changed and developed. In a sense, initiation allows one to begin to go to sleep and wake up more at the same time. And through that, only can you only experience something like prophetic and revelatory through the virtues that the saints talk about. Otherwise, you end up with a arbitrary insanity on images of the unconscious, following that Jungian way. And Christ leads him towards him anyway. He doesn't fully get there because he's still a kind of a Gnostic in his theory about it. But he probably, if he had enough time, he would. But here we are at 6 o'clock, friends. It's been a big day. It's been a big day. I might have my second pie, and now we finished that statement. It's a pretty good statement in terms of how things have changed, and we need to recover, but in a purified way. We can't go back, and we shouldn't, because it was the heathen unconscious, the fallen unconscious, the infected fallen unconscious is dying anyway. That's why it is so solidified and unconscious now, because it has no energy. And so all the people that are seeking to go back are actually just leaning deeper into modernity and trying to source their energy from there without realizing it. They're not accessing these earlier Luciferic forces, because those are dead and decayed. And so when we go back in full consciousness to the spiritual beings, it's to the true essence of things, doing something that is the perfect version of any type of pre-Christian initiation. Any initiation pre-Christian is simply it's like a degenerate form of the proper ideal that had not been sent from the future eternal yet. They're just fallen patterns of things, right? Because reality has a pattern, and so that's the best way they knew how. That's all they had access to. But the reason why they didn't have access is because we sinned primordially, and we had to wait until the Lord could redeem us. But he's the Lazarus is the primeval, is the proper initiate. He dies, and we must die like he does. And the apostles all say, "Oh, can we go and die like Lazarus is dying to the world?" Incredible. Our friend Lazarus is asleep, right? Our friend Lazarus has fallen asleep, then our friend Lazarus has died. That's what happens to us. But we're not going to sleep, we're awake while we're going to sleep, which means the unconscious begins to manifest for us. These things that the ancients had touch with, but were corrupted for them. We still do experience demons, though, that they experienced. But thank God, Christ is always there. Those demons are simply temptations that we have to reject. And when we get in trouble, we always call straight to him, like, "Lord, Lord, Lord. Save me, have mercy, have mercy, have mercy, have mercy." And sometimes he's teaching us something and we have to endure, because he's not the one that's generating the demons. They're there. He might just allow it by releasing his grace. They just come. After he releases a grace, they come and attack. So he's not doing the attacking. He's just trying to show you that it's him that grants you the virtues, that protects you. And then you go back and the Lord, 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 Lord. Pray the Jesus prayer. Forgive me and have mercy on me. And because you need to learn to thank him properly, because he loves you and has been helping you. Imagine how much it hurts him for you to be deluded about him helping you and thinking it's yourself. And it hurts him because you're hurting yourself. It hurts him because you're hurting yourself and your conceit, or we are hurting ourselves in our conceit. And it's so easy to become conceited, and that's what the whole tradition. So I appeal to you, dear friends, in this time that before you come back next week, is grab that Philokalia. Please read St. Maximus in it, and it's an incredible demonstration. And there's a free audiobook on the Philokalia, a free audiobook of it. You can go, how wonderful it's available. The most important wisdom of the monastics who truly know the essence of things. And just go to my post on Substack and get it there. I think I put it on the post on Substack. And join the fellowship, please join the fellowship. You know, I see you guys, the same 8 people, you know, these people that watch it live. Why not join the fellowship and participate and start the practices, please? But get that Philokalia. Listen to St. Maximus. Listen to Gregory of Palamas. Saints. Incredible. Incredible St. Maximus, who is revered both East and West. But even if you're a Westerner, if you deny Palamas and do not listen to what he has to say, you're just shooting yourself in the foot, in the head. It's just utterly silly to avoid the most incredible, essential people that there are in the world and over all Christianity. Like, this book is the most important for mysticism and the essence of things. So please get it. Go to my Substack. It's called GWF Reading. And join the fellowship at scottmanion.com/fellowship. I'll see you all next week. We won't be on a boat next week, but we will do it again. And we'll probably have a better mount. I'm not sure where we'll be. Maybe we'll do it on Sydney Harbour next time. But please read St. Maximus. He's dealing with so much of how to do this, actually, and how to become more essential, how to bow and exit your functional structure and have Jesus, which just means way. Functional structure is way structure. The way, the perverted way that we are in our unconscious, purified and replaced with Christ's virtue and way. And that is to have the virtues granted by Christ. And that's to have Christ, you to become Christ. And then that allows you to, allows it more and more to become possible for you to experience him as a fact of experience. And contemplation of him becomes possible. And contemplation of the essence of things becomes possible over a long period of time. But if you do the concentration without effort, within 6 months, things will begin to happen. So please do it. Your life's at stake. Your life is at stake here. It's not enough just to read the book. You have to do this every day. I mean, in a sense, that's kind of why we should watch this video. In fact, why don't we just watch it? And I'm just going to eat my pie, and then you can hear what Father Lazarus has to say while I eat, and we bring this to a close. So I'm just going to zoom in and pan down and bring this here. Where are we? There we are. I'll take this off. Let's just listen. And I'm going to eat though, so. All right.
Yeah, and this will keep it holy, this will keep it simple, this will keep it spiritual. As long as it's natural from the hand of God, and the architecture and the social environment is directed towards worship, towards the simplicity of communication between soul and God, then you will never lose the blessing of the Spirit.
Okay.
This is important.
I think as well that is bringing us to the concept of the environmental input. We all need now to understand that what is happening in the world now when human beings were excessively consuming the resources of God and the nature, and then it ended up with lots of problems like global warming and climate change and all these kind of things, that knowing the work of God. But I would like to just you to comment on the relationship between the nature and the connection with nature, with our inner nature of the new man who's created in Christ, with the image of Christ, then how that would reflect on me with the renewal of the nature and the renewal of the human being.
Well, there is an a line of one of the English poets. He said, I have a preference for things which are untainted by man's misery. Those kinds of influences. But the actual creation of God, the natural creation, which you have here, you have an avenue of flowers.
human nature, because as we see now, there is a lot of illusions that is happening in the world, that if I become like this, then I will gain that, and then to become is something very sensitive to people, and people want to become, and when they become, they want to become, and as if they are running after a shadow, and this illusion is kept bothering them, and how to reach to that true self, even though we have all these illusions that is happening with us. When St. John talked about the love of the Word and the love of God and the enmity that is there, and the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the lust of the fanciness of the world, and that's how can we reach to our true self versus the false self?
Well, said now we have only one way. That is prayer.
Yeah.
There is no social act of worship.
This is what I was talking about.
Which is equal to the internal act of prayer. Okay. I mean, the divine liturgy is instituted by Christ at the Last Supper, and it has a long history now of
this is an
holiness.
Orthodox monk.
But it's still performed in a social setting. It's still performed in a building with many people and with everybody coming together, and the priest is there, and there is still an intervention of social experience between the individual and God, even in a mass, even in a liturgy. But in prayer, in internal, private prayer, when you are naked in your soul, and Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. These words of the sinner, of the publican. This takes away all intervention from outside. There is only the soul and Christ. So internal, personal prayer of a simple nature, like the Jesus prayer. This is something which gives a spark when you light. This is a spark of communication between the divine and the human. Everything else is social complication. Prayer. And here, in the evening, I'm sure in the morning, you can imagine this, you can experience this one-to-one, personal spirit and God's spirit connecting through a prayer. The act of prayer is the act of submission, the act of invitation, the act of communication between a soul and God alone, without the complicating circumstances and culture of your social life.
So that's why that we, in the inner prayers, we have this unity and the connection with the divinity within us. And that will open our inner mind to see, and to see the salvation, to see the eternity. Then, in that moment, we are connecting the human nature, and at the same time, the time, connecting time together. And that means that our life is a continuous life. Then, how can we, as human beings, would understand the image of Christ that's in us, that is revealed in a society, and the connection between our everyday social life, everyday social prayer, gathering in a church with God's community and the people of God, and the inner prayer that's inside ourselves. So, of course, there is a tangibility of prayers and the intangible side of the prayer, the tangibility of the social life and God's people, and the intangibility of the relationship with God that is open and unlimited space and time within us. So we are in Christ beyond the limitation of time and space. How can we bring them together?
God. You have to choose.
You have to choose.
You can continue in your first family from childhood to adulthood. And that family can be a nourishing environment. It can be an environment in which God's care and God's love is reflected. Then you make your own family. You marry and you have your children. You can recreate, if you are serious, you can recreate the kind of nurturing love which you felt in your first family with your own father and mother. As a father and mother, you can create it with your children. But you cannot accomplish the kind of spiritual majesty that Elijah or John the Baptist knew with God, or St. Anthony knew. There is a blessing, there is a barakah for.
So, yeah. The Holy Father, I would say I disagree with him there, because Valentin Tolberg did. That you can be a monastic in plain sight. It is possible. Of course, I do fully appreciate that he would say that last part, because that was his road to go into the desert completely. So that's one little thing that I would say, that it is possible. Yeah, maybe not to the degree of a full-on. Because St. Paul was dealing with the community, wasn't he? And Christ lived and acted in him. We know, like Valentin Tomberg. It depends how extreme we mean, but Paul was extreme, wasn't he? And he was dealing with people all the time. So it is possible. That being said, there's a really good point there about... he makes points later on liturgy. I just thought I'd show it to you at the end there. But it's definitely possible, friends. It's definitely possible. And especially now, because of, like I said, apocalyptic things beginning. But anyway, I'll see you guys next week. Thanks for joining me again. I hope that was interesting. We did the video segment, even though you guys didn't really get to comment, but I'm going to turn this off now. I'm going to go home. See you next week. See you next week. Have a good time at the birthday party. God bless you. See you next week, everyone.